Thank you very much, and a warm welcome to members today who come physically present and those who are on Teams. So this meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be made available for viewing through our Council's website. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guide, which includes the muting of microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting. Write and speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you are in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad, or absolutely, we can take a hand as well. We can physically see you, so if somebody puts their hand up, we will catch that. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members, if that's possible. No material should be posted in the chat function if it's intended as part of the discussion. We like to see everything open and transparent, obviously, as a committee. The usual standing orders will apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by a roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period or write leave in the Teams chat function, or even catch our eye again, like I've said previously. But when you come back in, we'll look to either write join when you come back in, or we'll see you coming back in the room if you've left the room. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page number, paragraph, to allow everyone to follow as best we can. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. It will keep the business more efficient. We have a number of committees today, but what I will say in the interest of speaking to some members beforehand, we've got some bad weather forecast, so I don't look to prolong the meeting, but obviously we want to have a thorough debate. We want to make sure that everything is covered. But I think one member's already had to turn back because snow coming in for the west. So we'll be as efficient as we can where possible. I do, in regards to remote participation, I agree to the remote participants taking part. I think that's the next point. So item number 1 is sediment apologies. Claire.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just one apology this morning from Councillor Dennerley. There's a number of members present on Teams, being Councillors Brodie, Dorward, Dryborough, Giusti, Hagman, Hislop, Maureen Johnston, McFarlane, Marshall and Scobie. Everybody else present in the hall. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Claire. Now, I've got an older version of the Chair's notes, so just to, you will be aware of the circulation of a late report. I should have mentioned that. So we have a late report in regards to outside bodies. Again, subject to agreement with the committee, I'll propose a way of taking that forward when we get to that point, which will hopefully expedite, but be certainly inclusive as far as going forward. So, first thing I would like to do is thank Councillor Katie Hagman and Councillor Sean Marshall, the Chair and Vice Chair, who have moved on at this moment in time, but look forward to their participation in this committee as time goes on. I think it's only fair that I do that, and obviously thanks extended to the wider committee as well. Declarations of interest. Katie, you want to come in? Sorry, Katie.
Thanks, Ian. That's really kind of you to say. And if I can just say a few words, I'd really appreciate that. First of all, just want to wish yourself and Councillor Ingalls the very best in your new roles going forward. And just also, I want to put my thanks on record to Lorna, the team, and also to Sean. That would be, I think I really enjoyed the role of being the chair of the committee, and look forward to continuing work, but from this side, so to speak. And just to say, 2 inches of snow has fallen in the last 30 minutes. So, yeah, the snow in the west is really quite severe. So just for everybody to be careful. I just, if I may, through yourself, Chair, just follow up a few issues from the last meeting, because obviously we do have this transition period from myself over to you. And just to draw upon, there was a couple of actions, including getting an update on the digital strategy and how members would be kept up to date. And I know that officers were working on that, and we're still waiting a response as to how that's going to go forward. It was also agreed that I would write to the Minister regarding the Community-Led Development Fund, which I did. And clearly there's an item on the agenda today regarding that. Also, just to put on record that both myself and Sean Marshall met with Professor Russell Griggs regarding SOCI's action plan. And certainly we both made the robust argument for the Council to have sight of this action plan and the importance of partnership working going forward. So I believe that the leader was also contacted. So we'll look forward to getting a further report on that. We also agreed to meet with third sector D&G, and dates were lined up for that piece of work, but clearly we'll maybe hand that over to yourself and Councillor Ingalls to follow up, because clearly we need to do that. And also just to confirm that I received a letter from the Government Minister, Mary McCallum, with notification of the intention to update the National Marine Plan for Scotland. So again, we'll look forward to getting a report in future on those. So I just wanted to just pass over those few issues, and thanks very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Katie. I think our clerks took a note of that, and I think probably Lorna has as well at the same time. So declarations of interest, but Richard, were you coming in for the declarations of interest, or was it something else?
Declaration of interest, Chair. Yeah, just also thank Katie and Sean for their hard work over the last year, and wish them well, and wish you as well as chair of the committee. Declaration of interest in Anne Harbour, a member of the group, and it's on the item on levelling up fund. No sign of snow in the east yet, so but probably it'll come our way.
Thank you. I think it's coming to us later. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was really just to echo Katie's sentiments and to wish you and Councillor Inglis all the very best in what is a demanding role, and also thank Lorna and our team for the excellent service throughout our tenure as Chair and Vice Chair. There is a number of loose ends that needs tidied up, and we'll probably touch on some of those as we go through the committee agenda, as well as the points that Katie has raised. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Sean. Thanks very much. That's appreciated. So I'd like to thank all of us, both David and I, the best in our roles going forward. We'll certainly will do our best and endeavour to take on all points that are raised, critical or otherwise. So, declarations of interest I think we've covered. Sean came in with a separate piece here, which is right enough. So no further declarations of interest from what I can see. No, nothing in the chat either. So item number 3 is the minute of the previous meeting, 24th of January. So that's here to be approved or amended otherwise. I'm happy to move that as being a true record of the meeting. Who have we got coming in? Archie, you want to come in?
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. I can't remember if it was the last E&R committee or the one before. And there's talk about later on about reports coming back for the conservation area master plan. It's the Ladyfield housing situation where I believe we expected a report back in either the March or the June E&R committee. Can you advise if that's coming to the June committee?
Certainly, and I think probably pick up at the point what Councillor Marshall and Hagman have said. We'll probably look for David Ingalls, Councillor Ingalls and I have probably look for some kind of handover meeting with themselves personally, and hopefully these type of items will come up and be addressed at that point. But Lorna, do you have any update for Archie?
The Ladyfield master plan will be brought forward at a future committee. We're still in discussions with the Crichton Trust around those matters. I don't know if Steve wants to add to that in any way. No.
So hopefully, Archie, that'll be addressed through either handover and ultimately that question can be asked again and a further answer given. You okay with that?
Thanks, yep. Yep, thanks.
Thank you, thanks very much. So, again, I'm looking to move. I've moved the approval of the minute. Haven't had anybody else coming in otherwise. Councillor Ferguson?
Just a wee problem, Chair, that you didn't actually start the meeting till item 6. So you can't move what happened before that because you weren't here.
So that's right enough.
I'll be happy. I'll happy to do it in your place, Ian.
So you'll move instead.
Okay. Obviously, I read the papers. Yeah.
Well, you read that.
Thank you.
Do we have any other dissenting voice in regards to the moving of the? No, don't see anything in the chat either. So we'll take it as being a true record, including me coming in at item number 6. Councillor Ferguson, thank you for that. So item number 4 is the early retirement policy update. Mr. Shepley, Mike Shepley is here to speak to us along with Stuart Clanahan, is my understanding. Mike, do you have anything to add to this report before I start?
Nothing at the moment, Chair. We'll wait for the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, it's open to yourself in regards to any particular questions. Councillor Johnston, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at some of the figures on this, and I'm wanting a wee bit of clarity on some aspects of it. If we take page 25, we've got a benchmarking table, and I know we're all quite keen on benchmarking, but the 2020 figures were for all councils, and 2022 was for 15. Now, would it not have been better to benchmark the 15 councils to give you a more accurate position of an indication of how things have changed over that period? Because that could be skewed by which councils actually replied and which didn't, who may have a different policy. And the next thing is counts as a potentially budget saving thing. So I see on page 24, we've got the table there. Total capitalised cost goes from 91 to 41,000. Is there any broad indication of, perhaps for take last year's figures, how much that would have came to in total, and what significant, whether that was, going to be a significant cost saving or not? And the next thing is, it's on the union consultation, and what form did that take? Was that a telephone call or was it a meeting?
So I think for the detailed questions, we'll go back to Stuart Clanahan, then Mike, back to yourself if there's any further points needing clarified. Malcolm.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the benchmarking, what we've tried to do is just present the information that we have. And you're right, we only managed to get 15 councils responding to the most recent benchmarking. But I think what we've also tried to signal from that benchmarking is that despite the fact that it's not apples with apples, it's not changing significantly. And particularly what we've looked at is around, we've focused in on the councils that are maybe at the bottom end of the scale and the top end of the scale, and we've looked at those in terms of parity with the 2020 information, and we haven't seen any dramatic change there. In terms of the actual costs, the capitalised costs, so we haven't had early retirement costs since before March 2020, as we've had no early retirements. But what we tend to do and what we have done, and that information is freely available, is that within the annual pensions update report that goes to pensions subcommittee, there's full information and full disclosure as to the costs of early retirement, both in terms of compensatory benefits as well as our cost to the pension fund as well. In terms of the trade union consultation, there's been a mix of face-to-face meetings and telephone consultations. We've had 7 in total, multiple discussions, both with Unite branch secretary, the GMB branch secretary, and also Unison's branch chair and also branch secretary as well. And this is part of our policy development framework, I think, that's highlighted within the report, where we meet the trade unions on at least a 2-monthly basis. And we have a roadmap as we look for policy, joint policy development work that we take forward. I think it's also worth mentioning as well, in terms of that detailed consultation, and directing members to paragraph 3.4 on page 21. The first sentence of that paragraph refers to in consultation with the joint trade unions, and that's a direct quote from our partners within the trade unions, and they wanted that in there because they see that as a reflection, and it shows the commitment and the genuine and meaningful consultation that takes place in our HR policy frameworks. And we'll continue to build those relationships, and policies that we put in front of members will always have trade union engagement and not only consultation. I think it's really important to say that we value the trade unions as a development partner. So they come in at the beginning of new policy developments, they have ideas, and they share those ideas, and some of those ideas will inevitably make its way into the policy developments as well. So it's a very good process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You comfortable with that, Malcolm?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm quite comfortable with that, and I'm pleased to hear the consultation approach. That's very welcome, but I still stand by my initial remarks about the table with the 15 councils as opposed to all of them. It would have been better if we just compared the ones that actually replied.
I'm just looking to see if there's anybody else looking to come in. Councillor Ferguson? Yep.
Yeah, I thought there was somebody else coming in there. A couple of things, if I could. I'm homing in again on, just like Councillor Johnson, on the trade union response. Sorry, the benchmarking response first. We've no indication if the 4 councils who are at 6 2/3 are the same ones as last time. We've no indication if the one council 5-year was one of the 6 the last time, yes, it gives us a wee snapshot. I accept that, and I accept it's been done in good faith, but it could be misinterpreted that it's actually is those who responded in 2022 might be from different categories for where they were in the 2020 benchmarking exercise when we had all 32 local authorities responding to this. So I'm a bit wary of that benchmarking issue there, and that's the first thing. There's also a bit of an issue here. I was delighted to hear Stuart, who I know is very good at working with the joint trade unions, about the role they've played so far. But I can't understand why it's only taken one paragraph out of a 5, 6, 7 page report to actually tell us what they mean, because some of the words used there, I'm assuming, are picked up directly from those communications. I'd have been a lot happier if this had been, the trade unions had balloted all their members to ask them questions, because this is not a member for, I would suggest, for a secretary of a union to make that decision without going out and consulting with their staff, with their members. But then it's still in there. They expressed their views strongly, right? That's just one of the quotes in there. And yes, they do recognise the need for change, right? But is this just a rush too quick? It would be my summing up of this. So it'd be interesting to see what Stuart or the team have to say about the, say best, a wee bit inflammatory comments that are attributed to the trade unions in that paragraph 4.2.
Thanks for that, Councillor Ferguson. Stuart, you're obviously here to answer these questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chair. And yeah, we do have parity, and yeah, apologies, that's not clear in the benchmarking from the 2020 numbers to the 2022 numbers around the outliers at the top end and the bottom end. So I can give that assurance. In terms of the trade union position, I think one of the things that I'm absolutely able to confirm is that early retirement is not doesn't form part of our terms and conditions, and has different rules around consultation with the workforce from a trade union perspective. And I think what's really important to the trade unions is the national and the collective agreements, and the local agreements around our collective bargaining arrangements. And if any policy comes forward from my team and from our service that impacts on those collective agreements, then absolutely the trade unions would consult with their workforce. But on early retirement, that wouldn't be a requirement for them to do so. I think in terms of the views of the trade unions that they have provided, and I've got an audit trail for that, and I'm happy to share that with members from all of the trade unions in an open and transparent way. And I think from the paragraph within the report, it highlights as best I can around their views. And I think Unite and Unison are making the point that a potential reduction in early retirement benefits would be seen as a detriment to the workforce. However, there is balance within their response around the difficult financial and fiscal climate, and that it is a voluntary process. It's not a compulsory process, so therefore it's entirely for employees to volunteer. And Unison, in fact, share a very similar view as well. So again, I've tried to articulate their position as best I can. but equally I have trade union formal responses that I'm happy to share with members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Stuart. You're okay with that, Andy?
Yeah, I'd be much happier if they'd actually been in the report. They used to always be in the reports when it was something like this. The whole trade union response, not just, no disrespect to Stuart in the slightest. It would be much easier if members had that in sight, because I do appreciate this is a member decision to have this scheme. It's not part of the terms and conditions per se, but members agree it. And we really need to understand fully what's going on here before we disagree with the current process and move to a different one, and what the implications of that are going to be. I'll come to, when we come to recommendations, Chair, I've got a suggestion to no stop this, but to at least give it a longer look and a better look, and so that members are better informed about all the implications of any potential change.
I've got a similar proposal myself, believe it or not, Councillor Ferguson, in regards, but I've got a question that will actually support what I'm thinking. It's just a small deferral. So I've got two speakers already, and I'll just add Councillor Thompson to that. So Councillor Dryber, then Marshall, then Councillor Thompson, then we'll come to a decision at that point.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. It was remiss of me not to congratulate you on getting the chair of the Economy and Resources Committee. I'll make sure that's said now. It's just a couple of questions on the actual process, Chair, because as you'll be aware, I was the Pension Subcommittee Chair, and one of the things that we have to do is make sure that there is enough funds in the pension fund to make sure that payments can be actually made. But over the last couple of years, there has been new investment managers put in place for a considerable amount of money to make sure that those investments pay the dividends, to ensure that we've got enough in our bank account for the pension members of Dumfries and Galloway Pension Fund. I'm just wondering if and it's coming along the lines to yourself and Andy Ferguson's suggestion for a deferral. That the recent one was only as early as the last couple of weeks for the new investment, and we've got no say on how that's going to perform. And I think what we should be doing is looking after the pension members, and you know, if there is a suggestion to defer, I would sort of fully support that because of the investments that we've done over the last couple of years in the Pension Subcommittee.
Thank you, Archie. So I suppose when we put forward a proposal, we'll come back to that point, look for agreement with yourself as along with others. Stuart, I don't think will you have anything to? No, I thought probably that. Thank you for that, Archie, and thanks for your statement. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm of a similar view to Councillor Dryber and Councillor Ferguson. I think the fact in 4.2 it does state that all three unions have expressed concerns at the reductions, and it is a detriment to staff. I don't know if in the discussion if there was any kind of, at the moment it's 6 2/3, whether or not there was something muted about what would be an acceptable reduction, because I know the council in the current climate, you know, the economic climate and cost of living crisis, you know, is looking at ways of reducing terms or, you know, saving money. But at the same time, if we're trying to encourage people to take early retirement, then we want the best package available for them at that time. And coupled with, and I think Councillor Johnston hit the nail on the head as well, I think if we were to defer this, it would allow us time to actually get a fuller picture of the benchmarking situation across Scotland. So for the basis that the all three councils have expressed concern and we haven't got the sufficient benchmarking information, I'm inclined to support a deferral of this.
Thank you for that, Sean. Stuart, have you got any comments?
I think just for members' information, obviously the joint trade unions have reviewed the policy, considered the national picture in terms of what the position was in 2020 and 2022, and it's no surprise it's a reducing trend, neither to officers nor to the joint trade unions, and not a substantial reduction either, but quite close, and that gave a degree of assurance that benchmarking would be pretty close overall when looking at all councils. And they were aware that by looking at the average of 2.81 or 3 added years, reducing from 6 2/3, that was the median, that's the average, and therefore they understood that if the council was to consider moving to the average rather than necessarily being an outlier, then that might be seen by the trade unions, without putting words in their mouth, that might be seen as the best outcome, notwithstanding the views, and I've articulated them honestly and openly, that any reduction they view as a detriment. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Stuart. Councillor Thompson, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think without being in danger of repeating what's been said already, I think when I read the report, I was just concerned that there maybe wasn't the fullest of information there in terms of the impact assessment. I think there was a separate one in terms of the regulator, as well as reports that they do express a negative or a slight negative, but I appreciate that it's taken in context of what this is about. Similarly, the concerns raised about the fullness of the feedback from the joint trade unions might have been helpful, and I'm also conscious that what we're being effectively asked to do here is agree that we'll review the policy in 18 months, but make the change now. And I'm just sort of thinking, why wouldn't we just review it now, then maybe come back with a report with fuller detail, then make a decision, and then have cyclical reviews? Because I feel it's almost like we've not reviewed it, so we're making the change now, then we're going to review it. So it might make more sense to actually get the fuller information now, because members seem to be expressing that there's a wee bit of detail not quite here in the report, then come back with that and make a decision. So I don't know if that's where you're heading anyway, Chair, but it was just to put that on the table. Thank you.
It absolutely is, Stephen. I feel very much the same. It's no cat before the horse. It's a good enough report, but because of the concerns that have been raised both by the joint trade unions and in particular the members, I would say, around the table today, Andy's maybe got something to the table, but the one thing that hasn't been mentioned, which I picked up, you'll often hear me talk about cause and effect. So we've got a fairly attractive early retirement scheme as it stands. We're looking to change that, or not be just as attractive. We've got a number of people. If you look at the budget forecast over the next few years, this organisation could be considerably smaller. Taking that into consideration, I would say if we change this, it's less attractive without scrutinising and reviewing it properly. Going back to what Councillor Thompson said, that might affect our view in regards to the no compulsory redundancy policy. And if that's the case, the cause and effect, if in real terms, that's the weakness I see here potentially, very much for it, but we'll have to do what we have to do at a particular moment in time. But if we change this and that has potential as that effect in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, without realising it and taking and considering it properly at this moment in time, I think it'd be the wrong thing to do, because we've all been, all political parties have certainly supported that over the years, and if it does end up at that at some point because of the level of detriment financially we're receiving from our capital grant and so on and so forth, I think it is much better just to actually defer. You've had the chance to take on and consider the information that's been put to you today, the pieces that are missing. I think from a political point of view, the administration through David and myself, I think we probably meet with the joint trade unions, individually or collectively, whatever the best method is in which to take that forward. And in a couple of months we'd see a different, refreshed report coming back, as I think everybody's looking for. And I think that 2 months will not have any great impact in regards to the potential decision still to be made. So, Stephen, I think you're wanting in for the further comments. Stephen was in first, then yourself, Andy, then we'll go to decision. But ultimately, we're looking for a deferral.
Thanks, Chair. And it was just a small comment. I think, no, I welcome what you're saying there, apart from I was certainly not proposing a change to our no compulsory redundancy policy, because I think that's something that a lot of groups feel particularly strongly about. But I do think that just in terms of the impact assessment, negative reports coming back, the level of detail around the joint trade unions, and just even the wider benchmarking questions, and also the impact on the pension fund and deliverability, I think that's the sort of detail which would make a better report if it comes back, so we can review it properly. Thank you.
And obviously it's for each political group to speak to the appropriate individuals going forward to have their input in regards to the report coming back. Councillor Ferguson, then we'll defer.
Just one bit of confirmation from either head HR or Stuart. Is this taken forward as a consultation or a negotiation?
Stuart may be able to confirm, but this would take the form of consultation, not negotiation.
Thank you. I'm glad my knowledge isn't that far out of date. Thanks very much for confirming that. So in that case, then, we'll be consulting with all the staff, not just the joint trade unions.
That's for either Mike or Stuart, whoever wants to answer that. Stuart, because you're leading in this anyways.
Thanks, Chair. And take the points around impact assessment, joint trade unions and benchmarking. Our policy development framework, we would naturally engage with our joint trade union colleagues who themselves would engage with their members, and will continue to do that. That's the right and the formal way in which we consult on our HR policies. It wouldn't necessarily be for us to consult with the workforce on a change to something that isn't actually part of their terms and conditions, and therefore we would look for support from the trade unions to ensure that they had taken sufficient soundings before reaching their view to inform officers on the trade union position. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Stuart. I mean, I'm comfortable with that, but
no, really, because I'd like to say, let me be clear, I'm not trying to undermine the trade unions here at all, but there's a significant percentage of your staff are not in the trade union, and they deserve to be consulted on something that could affect them. That's what I'm getting at.
Are you looking at a particular age profile at this moment in time or across the board?
It has to be across the board, because you don't know, because it could happen to anybody at any age. Age doesn't actually come into it. Well, to an extent it does, obviously, for qualifying time, but it could affect anyone at any time in the future. So is this the slippery slope down to zero, for example? And I'm really keen that we should be consulting with all the staff, because this is a major thing we're doing here. This isn't just a wee change to how we operate this council. It's a major thing. It would also impact, I would suggest, on anybody coming here, maybe in their 50s, who've maybe been 20, 30 years in local authority elsewhere, to senior positions, who then, if they were taking voluntary redundancy, would be impacted by it. So it affects our recruitment policy and everything. So it's not just a simple matter of let's change this and make it a bit cheaper and a bit less for the pension fund to have to pay out on. So there's a lot more to be taken into consideration, and that's why. But I'm happy if you're moving from the chair to defer and get a full report coming back. I'm sure officers have got a flavour for the room exactly where we think we need to be on this.
So I'm for a quick question yourself, Stuart, in the back of what Councillor Ferguson's just brought up there. If we were to go out and put some kind of flyer communication to all members of staff across the council, would that impact on you returning a committee report to the next cycle, a couple of months' time?
I think it's important to understand the discretions and the decisions around this. I think if you canvass the workforce, whether it's a part of the workforce, an age profile, they're likely to come back and say, this is a benefit for me personally, and therefore I would like to see it retained. Therefore, the decision of members has to be around the prudency as well as the attractiveness, and forming a view as what's best for the organisation in totality. I think to ask the workforce, I think you're likely to get a single response back to retain the provisions that would benefit them directly, whilst at the same time it has to be that there's no legal requirement to consult them. I think we've agreed that this is not.
I suppose you're just focusing on the question that I put to you was, would it affect you delivering a report to us in a couple of months' time if we put out a simple flyer? Obviously, you'd have a range of responses which admin would have to deal with, and that could even be added to part of the report. There's a response, members could consider that themselves. So I'll just let Stuart answer that, then I'll let Lorna come in after that.
No, certainly, whatever engagement arrangements we have in place, we'll put a timeline around it, and we'll report back as and when required. Chair, thank you.
So I'm absolutely clear as well. So if we do agree to that, subject to that point, we'll obviously have to follow a proper governance process to make sure that our due diligence is correct. And if it's felt that by our staff that's an inappropriate way to go forward, then that'd have to be reflected. But ultimately, we're here to be inclusive and want to engage our staff the best way we can. Lorna?
Yeah, well, I think we'll come back with some advice to members. We have a joint consultative group. We have established arrangements for engagement with staff side through the joint trade unions. And I think they may be concerned that we're undermining their ability to negotiate with us as a council and give good advice to members by bypassing them. So I would really caution that we would take this away and give further consideration to the points that members have made today. But also in doing so, we'll bring a report back in June with advice to members. And I just wanted to clarify a further point. This has been a review. It's not a review to bring back a review. It was to review the outcome from this change to the policy. It's a substantial change to the policy beyond simply the added years here. So there's a number of other points the members would wish to take cognizance of. So we will bring the report back as members have asked in June.
Excellent, thanks for that, Lorna. So, okay, we'll defer this in order that a report can be written, taking into consideration the points that have been raised by members today. Item number 5 is local place plans, the Dumfries and Galloway Council's policy and processes. The purpose of this report is it seeks the approval of the document of local place plans, the Dumfries and Galloway Council's policy and process, and the adoption of the procedures outlined within. Shauna's here, I think you're leading this, Shauna. So, Shauna, have you got anything to add to this report? Anything you want to add or make us aware of that isn't within the report already?
No, nothing, Chair. Thanks. Willing to take questions.
Excellent, thanks very much. So we've got both Shauna and Fraser. It's Shauna's here. So Councillor Marshall's got a question. Richard.
Thank you, Chair. No, I am fully supportive of this policy. I think it's a fantastic policy. It will undoubtedly empower the towns and communities of Dumfries and Galloway, helping to reinvigorate them and also regenerate them. So I'm fully supportive of the policy. However, on page 47 of the report, under funding support, my question would be, I would just like maybe some clarity or some reassurance that in fact funding would be available, and from what source would that funding come? Because we're putting all these, time and effort into the place plans. However, it then states there's no specific funding available, and that would raise concerns with me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Richard. So we've also got Jamie Ferguson here. Shaughna, is it yourself best to place that? If not, point me in the right direction, please.
Yep, no, I'll have a go at answering that. Thank you, Chair. What we've tried to do in this report is sort of make it clear that there will be some seed funding, as it says there, a small grant funding scheme to help communities prepare their local place plan. We feel it's important to be upfront to the communities to make them aware that that place plan would then be used by them potentially to secure future funding. But at the moment, we have no specific funding pots of money available to help them realise any projects that they want to see come to fruition through their local place plan. But we will have a small grant scheme in place to help them prepare their plan. I don't know if that answers the question.
You comfortable with that, Richard?
Thank you. It does go some of the way, thank you for that, but it's a huge amount of effort and time going to be put into these place plans, and potentially for them to go nowhere, after having engaged those communities and really, given them the chance to, improve and invigorate their communities, to potentially go nowhere would be a travesty.
Agreed, I think. Shaughna, have you got anything to add to that? Or?
Yeah, I mean, just to say as well that we certainly through the preparation process, you'll probably see in that document that we have put specific touch points, if you like, that the police team will meet again with the community group to understand what aspirations and projects are coming through. And we will feed that back to our police planning partners and also to other colleagues across the council to make them aware of the community's aspirations. One thing we've also said in this document is that at the moment we're not sure whether future funders might want to see a community having a place plan in place, to help them evidence applications they might be making for funding applications. So at the moment we can't be definite to say that there will be funding round about it, but we felt we've been as honest as we can be to those communities.
Thank you. Richard.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, I could perhaps add to that in terms of really drawing members' attention to the fact that there are a number of external funding sources that are available to support projects that may emerge from place plans. I think the point that's being made in the guidance is around the future funding of projects that might emerge from place plans. So there are funds available through the likes of Borderlands and through UK Government Shared Prosperity Funds. There's funding available through things like the Scottish Government's Capital Regeneration Scheme, where we have provided help and support to local community-led projects to access those sorts of funding, and we would envisage continuing to work in that fashion, Chair.
Richard, does that stimulate any further questions?
No, thank you, Chair. Just on that point, would there be additional support to these communities provided by Dumfries and Galloway Council? Because I'm already aware that some communities are far more engaged and far more able and capable of sourcing these external pots of money, but there are those that would need that extra wee bit help. Would we be in a position to be able to give that? Thank you.
Chair, certainly through the seed funding that's available, both through this programme and also through this committee's own capital asset class on economic development, we have funding that's available for use by community groups to help them develop project propositions and take them to a kind of bid-ready stage, if you like, in terms of external funding. So that support is available.
Excellent. Richard?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. David, I've got you down in line. So we've got Councillor Scobie, Councillor Ferguson and yourself, David. So Councillor Scobie first.
Yeah, Chair, it's along the same lines as Richard's just been asking, and I recognise that we do give officer support in the preparation of the local place plan, but it's the support that's given thereafter to communities so that any document doesn't just then end up on a shelf, gathering dust. And I'm hearing already vibes coming from the Stranraer place plan that may be, and indeed they are looking for external funding. But I know in the SNP independent budget that was proposed, there was a line in the budget to recognise the support for communities in moving forward so that we don't get into the position of these place plans gathering dust, or indeed any community development on any project. And I would hope that the administration would look at this, and if it wasn't in their budget, that we would consider some form of financial support for groups moving forward, so that it's not just preparing a place plan to satisfy local development plan, but there is it's a positive step forward working with the communities. So I think it's something that we need to look at in moving forward and working with communities. One, that we've already given support for the place plan, but it's that further development of any place plan thereafter.
Thanks for that, Ollie. So I think the only real question I took for that, because you've always agreed with Councillor Marsh in regards to and brought up similar concerns. And certainly Councillor Marsh raised that really on behalf of the administration this morning, because we have similar concerns to yourself. That's why have plans that are sitting gathering dust when these will be potentially very, very effective, build communities, build spirit, so on and so forth. So whether it's before the next budget line or whether it's at the next budget time, we've obviously got an eye on that. It's been raised today, and it'll be something we'll be conscious of going forward. Willie, are you okay with that, or do you want further clarification from anyone else?
Yeah, I would hope that we do look at it, not waiting for next budget to come round. I think that if we really want to work with the communities and they're coming up with some really ambitious and fantastic ideas, I would hope that we're looking at it just now in terms of how we support the community. So my question of you and the administration, Chair, is have something that would recognise that within the forthcoming budget or 23-24, so that we can see these projects being developed and move forward for the benefit. I recognise what Steve's saying in terms of the Shared Prosperity Fund and Community-Led Activity Fund, if it is made available to communities, but I think we've got to recognise so that it doesn't become a document and just gathering dust.
No, thanks for that, Willie. So we'll have to pick that up at some point going forward. And so, like I say, we share the same concerns as yourself because of the positive impact this could possibly have going forward. But so we will communicate in some form and see if that can be expedited or not. But obviously, I'm not a dictator here. I can't speak and say exactly what the administration is going to do at this moment in time. So we have to have our conversation about that as well. We've got Councillor Ferguson, then
Thanks for that, Ian.
then Councillor Marshall. Thank you, Willie.
Thanks very much, Chair. I suppose it's a daft boy question, this one. I'm lost when it comes to Scottish Plan Frameworks, LDP2, master plans, place plans, the new LDP3 when it comes out. And I suppose this is for the planners, if I use that in terms of planning committee type planners. Where does, what weight is given to this when it comes to, or how do we work out where there's a hierarchy there of what actually takes precedent when we're deciding planning applications? Because let's be frank. This is what should be happening anyway. This local place plans. I'm totally up for that, but it can't just be a talking shop, right? It has to be something that actually means something, and so therefore. Where would I don't want to dump it on Steve or somebody, but where would this sit in the planning framework as we move something forward through the planning committee for planning consents? So what kind of weight would it have in that?
Thank you. That might be for yourself, Sean, I think, but my understanding was, I remember going through we used to have the structure plan and the 4 local plans. We moved to the LDP, it was at the time. Then we've had progressively moved, had reviews of that and changed it, ahead for 3. But we used to have inset maps for every single settlement, and to me this was almost like a form of going back through that, but ultimately I'll put that to, I think, Shona, you'll be the person to answer that. It looked like a small inset map, but obviously community-led, the proper level of consultation and engagement. But I'll let Shona then let you come back in, Andy.
Thanks, Chair. I'll have a go. Yeah, I totally agree with Councillor Ferguson. It is becoming a very confusing place with all these plans and documents. The local place plan, once it's registered by the council, we then have to take it into account when we prepare our next local development plan. There are still questions being asked about potential weight that might be added to those documents, but we would need to wait on further guidance and regulation from the Scottish Government on that. Councillor Carruthers is right as well in that we're just at the early stages of preparing our next local development plan. And with the advent of the National Planning Framework, NPF4, that sits at that higher level and contains a number of policies, the look and feel of our next local development plan will be very different in that it will be more community-based, more place-based, but we haven't come to a view on that yet. And it should really reflect what communities are telling us and what's coming through their local place plans so that we can reflect appropriately their aspiration and ambition. But that has quite a way to work out in the process, and we will fully involve members in that as we come to our thinking on LDP3. Hopefully that answers the question.
Thanks for letting me back in, Chair. I think this is what my big worry is. This is why in the past I've collected dust, because I hate to use the term once in a generation, right? But if we're going to use it for LDP3, right, what's it going to be used for the rest of the time? Right, that's my point. Right, this should be a living document. This should be something that's actually in play all the time with community planning partners all the time, not just looking for LDP3. So I have a bit of concern there, and I do appreciate you're kind of in the dark, and it's not a very fair question, right? But if if I don't follow it, I think I would suggest there's a few others who are not following this as well. I don't know how we get that clarification.
I think it's appropriate you bring that up. What you're saying is absolutely right, but I think, going back to what Steve said earlier, so there will be settlements that have this type of local community-led plan, but then it's the project delivery. How do they then fulfil their ambitions? And that's, I think, where we need to focus. We need to get an understanding. That'll come back to so as a prosperity fund, so on and so forth, which has already been touched on.
Can I come back in, Ian, if I can? Yeah, I would totally accept that response if we've got an assurance that it's not going to gather dust, and it will be used for other things as we take council business forward, as we take local business forward, because the amount of work that's involved in this and the amount of public engagement is, if it ends up gathering dust again, there's a grave risk to our reputation, for lack of better words.
I suppose we'd answer that question, but remember, if there's a desire for the communities to make it what they want it to work, it will work. It's as simple as that. That's certainly my philosophy. It will happen. Right, okay, thanks so much for that, Andy. Councillor Slater, Marshall, then Ingalls, then we'll go to a decision.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. My question is, when groups apply for funding, usually it's the larger groups that appear to be getting the funding because they know how to dot the I's and cross the T's a lot better. Is there any help for the smaller groups that don't know how to do that and they're kind of get lost a little bit, so eventually don't apply for funding? And should there be more help for the smaller groups to show them how to do this paperwork better, rather than the larger groups? Sometimes they have companies to do that for them now, I believe. They can cross the I's.
Are you talking about the development of the plan itself or the project delivery side? Is it development?
Well, it's a bit of both, really, because obviously people, if this plan goes ahead, people or groups will probably apply for funding. I think what
we've established through debate up to now is that from the project, once the plan's in place, the project delivery is a number of different organisations they could apply to, whether it's the UK Prospective Funds, South Scotland Enterprise, so on and so forth. The council, I would imagine, as well, through area committees and such like different grant schemes that we have. But I think what we've established is that the funding isn't in place at this moment in time. Councillor Marsh and Scobie in particular, to actually get the plan developed and up to a place where it's ready to be incorporated in real terms. It sounds like into the local development plan 3. We've not got any funding in place, and that's something we'll be looking at as we go forward. So there is kind of two sides to that, David, I think.
Yeah.
I think so. The first side, nothing at all. That's within the report, but the project delivery side, there is different avenues and routes in which to attract money.
Yes, I would agree with that, but generally that appears to be happening. The smaller groups don't do that. So something for the future, possibly, that maybe they could have more help to kickstart their projects better and a little bit more advice, whereas the larger groups know already how to do that. So they just, I say, dot the I's, cross the T's and apply for the grant. And they would probably get that grant because they could put a more professional application in. It's not always the best, but it might look more professional. And the smaller groups end up with an idea that they can't achieve. Thank you.
Jamie, I'm looking at you. I think you're probably the best person to answer this.
Could I perhaps come in, Chair?
Yep. Go on, please, Jamie. Yep.
Thanks, Chair. Couple of questions, and I take Councillor Slater's point completely. In terms of the kind of engagement around this and in terms of the community empowerment element to it, sometimes there is an issue around community empowerment in that in Dumfries and Galloway, know that are different and they have diverse capacities. And it's absolutely right that, we need to be supporting community groups where the capacity is a bit less. That's recognised. We are setting up the kind of process around this as a conversation with groups that have an interest in place plans. And our local police teams will go and talk with any community that is expressing an interest. And part of that conversation, that local police team comprises one of our ward officers, it comprises Shona's team, the planners, and it comprises our place officers from economic development. During that first conversation, and before it even, just through kind of desktop work, that team will be appraising what the capacity of a local group is, what its size is, what its track record is, what it's done before, what its capacity to apply for things, and its capacity to put a place plan together. We will adopt a kind of approach that is proportionate to place plans. So if we know that a community is very able, you can imagine how many communities can define their community for a place plan. So you can imagine how many place plans there could be across the region. We already have 12 expressions of interest in addition to the Borderlands 5. So there could be quite a number of place plans. If light touch is possible for the community, we will take that light touch and we will check in with the community if they know a bit about consultation, if they're able to go in and do things. For those communities that are maybe struggling a wee bit more, Councillor Slater, our approach will be to put a more intensive intervention in with them, a bit more nurturing and a bit more hand-holding. And on the side of things where, if it's grant applications or whatever, we have staff that are well used to talking groups through that. We'll also be trying to actively, not encourage, but where there's communities where they're not coming as forward as readily, to make things a bit more available to them. I hope that helps. I'd also add, Chair, if you don't mind, that I think place plans can be a tremendous opportunity for community planning partners as well, because if you see the place standard tool, the outcomes for this are wide. They're not only around economic development, they're around economy, they're around what a place is like to live in, every aspect, from health and well-being, green space, planning, transport, etc. So we need to engage a wide range of partners around this so that things don't lie on shelves, so that they're actively, the communicate, the information, the evidence is coming in terms of what they need and what.
Jamie, we've lost you.
And I think it is for community planning partners and for council. Sorry, Chair, I think I get lost there. I think it's for community planning partners and council maybe to align things around what communities are telling us. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamie. So, David, hopefully you're comfortable enough with that, and happy to pick up a conversation offline if you're okay with that. In regards to
yes, it's good to hear that they've got to look at the smaller partnerships or communities as well, are trying to get things done. That's very important, because I say the larger ones can sometimes just grab the funding, whereas the smaller groups can be left out sometimes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No, absolutely important, Councillor Slater. Happy to pick up with you offline if that helps too, as the Chair suggests.
Oh, thank you. Thanks so much. I was thinking about him and myself, actually, Jamie, but you're happy to contact him as well. So that's fine, thank you. So now we've got a number of speakers. When I get to Councillor Hagman, I'll ask her for another weather update, because I'm obviously conscious of that. I mentioned that at the beginning. But so we've got Councillor Marshall, Ingalls, Thompson, Hagman, Driver. No more questions after that. We'll go to the decision. So Councillor Marshall, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. Whilst I kind of echo some of the concerns at the back end of the process that have been expressed today with regards to, what happens to these place plans. Hopefully they won't sit on a shelf, but, we have had a number of communities that have got community master plans, and we don't want them to kind of suffer the same fate. But I think if they do have a community master plan, then that would be the basis to start from. My issues, though, as well, are more with the front end of the process as well. I think it's clear with the legislation that it is a win-win for communities that put their hands up and come forward to develop a clear vision for the community, and also for the local authority, because that informs decision-making when compiling the LDP. So these are crucial. When I've looked through the process document, etc., and whilst in the report it states at 3.11 that there's a proposal to publicise the opportunities, I do think that it should be encouraged proactively and promoted by the council because of the win-win situation. And I do think that every community, large or small, should be allowed to develop that. I am worried about the resources as well, because there is a lot of work and there is a team in place. So I think we need to look at the resource that's there at the moment and whether that needs bolstered. But I do think I would like to see something more in the process document, and it reflects 2.2 as well, that we're going to adopt these policy and process documents. But I would really like to see a little bit more proactive on, within the process, about the council proactively promoting the place plans to all communities. Because I think a number of us know that there is communities that are very proactive with these things, and then there's others that need more support. So I just want to make sure that this facility or this opportunity is widened out to all communities across our region.
Thanks for that, Sean. Sean, are you looking for a response from anyone in regards to that?
Yeah, I'm just going to say that following committee today, if the proposal is approved, we will look to do quite a full and wide publicity opportunity for communities to express an interest, either in preparing a local place plan or just actually finding out more information. Because it's not compulsorily required for a community to prepare one, but we will do as much publicity and adverts as we can following this committee.
Thanks, Shona.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Sean. Thanks, Shona. So again, we'll go back to, it's Councillor Ingalls, you're next, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 46. There seems to be an awful lot of plans flying about. I know there are communities who have created their community action plans, and we don't happen to see very much of those coming forward now. And there is an item in there which says the Scottish Government have advised that it will be possible to adopt existing community-produced plans as LPPs. I'm just wondering how interactive the Community Action Plan, the Local Place Plan and the border plans can be. There's a lot of work goes into developing these plans. Are we able to take information from one into the other one and short-circuit that work, Jamie?
Chair, could I come in on this one to
Please.
Councillor Ingalls, please? Absolutely, Councillor Ingalls. We're not in the business of creating work for communities. We decided that earlier, and we're not in the business of replication. We know that there's a lot of work in this for communities. We're grateful to them, actually, because these are community-led plans. That was the first thing that we had determined. We want them to be community-led, not led by council. We don't have a state to lead in a top-down way on local place plans, so that they're community-led. The kind of fancy word that I think was used by Scottish Government, it's a fancy word for me anyway, is retrofitting. It's almost like you can retrofit. I suppose it's taken from buildings and houses. You can retrofit them to be energy efficient. We distinguished quite early on that there's, I can't remember, Sean, I think it was 28 or something like that. There are a lot of community plans across Dumfries and Galloway. Susie had done a kind of trawl for us in that. We know there are a lot of community plans. We know where they are. We know what communities have got them roughly. Some of them are a wee bit old. If they're older than kind of 5 years, there's probably a wee bit of refresher, maybe arguably needing done, although some communities don't change that much. So we have these plans. There are some requirements for the local place plan in that they need things like a map, they need to reference the LDP. We wouldn't be expecting communities to necessarily know that, Councillor Ingalls. We would have a discussion with them and we would help them to reference LDP and that sort of thing. So I suppose the simple answer is that there is a capacity there. There is a opportunity for existing place plans to be retrofitted with a wee bit of support. Similarly, I think the other one you were asking was with borderlands plans. Borderlands plans are essentially place plans that they're maybe a wee bit different, but where there's a plan existing, if we can work with a group to make additions to that, and that to add, even if it's the basis of a local place plan, if it's an older plan, there's still a lot of material there that can be taken, we would assist a community to retrofit rather than starting from scratch, which would be crazy if there's already the information in existence there. Hope that helps.
Thanks, Jamie. Councillor Ingalls saying that's spot on. That's good. So we've got Councillor Thompson, Hagman and Dryber. And like I say, we'll come to a decision. I'll add a further recommendation. Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, a lot of things have been said already, but I think one of the things I do like is simplicity, lack of duplication, good governance and objectivity, and a clear sense of purpose, stuff like that. And the feedback I've had from community councils, for example, community groups that are existing, and the thing is there's more than one community within an area, and I think there's a wee bit of a challenge, and it does allude to that in the report about having multiple plans or action plans or priorities in a given area if you take a map-based tool for it. One of the feedbacks I have had is where community groups are already engaging in like place plan priorities, so your place planning tools, your place standard tools, there's been a lot of engagement around that. There's some community councils have been filling in online tools, which we've promoted through our community councils team in terms of like mapping their area, 20-minute neighbourhoods, sort of various local data. So I think community groups could be getting a wee bit beleaguered by the sort of plethora of place plans that seem to be emerging. There's a lot of activity around it, and it's not really clear how it all fits in. So I welcome the fact that we're getting a kind of moving towards a local place plan, and the idea of retrofitting community action plans, that seems sensible because they might have passed their sell-by date, but there might be good elements that are still relevant. But that's maybe aspirational for community groups. And I'm also thinking about community asset transfers, and Jamie, who's on the call there, spoke well about the duplication issue, because some community groups in a very local area might need a community action plan or a community project to do that consultation about their particular asset transfer, identifying gaps in their community. Now, all these things feed into the one plan, ultimately, I think. But I think there's a danger of duplication, and there's already duplication going on where communities themselves are actually thinking, well, do I go online and go to this webinar about place standard tool? Do I participate in this exercise? I wonder about the join up between our economy and resources team and our communities team, because there seems to be a wee bit of a lot of activity, and it's not necessarily always clear and consistent. So I'd welcome a wee bit of assurance about that. And also in terms of the objectivity, so there'll be very, very interested local community groups that have a very specific focus on something very, very important to them in their locality, but that might slightly distort the views of the whole community. And I think we have to have sort of robust tests in place to make sure that we're getting a proper representation. And I know it does touch on that in terms of the Constitution and demonstrating good consultation, etc. But I think we have to be careful about this, because I think we're in danger of confusing a bit of a cluttered landscape. And I think that's come through in some of the comments from members so far. So maybe it's just a comment there, but I would welcome a bit of clarity about, are we confusing the issue by contacting community groups, community councils, saying, try these tools out, and they're actually end up saying, I don't know if this is part of a place plan or a place standard tool or a local place, so there's a lot of use of the word place. So I'd welcome a wee bit of clarity if that's available today, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's got to answer that one then? Shona, I think, by the looks of it. Jamie's coming in. Jamie, go on, Jamie.
Shona,
yeah.
if you want.
Whoever wants to come
Happy for you to come in, Shona, but I'll come in on that one first, Councillor Carruthers, if that's okay. And then maybe Shona wants to follow up. Thanks for the question. I think it's a good question. Councillor Thompson, the last thing we want to do is to confuse communities in any way. There is a wee bit of a cluttered landscape there. In some senses, and in some senses not. One of the requirements of a place plan is that there is a map the community defines its community, if you like. The community group that's leading on a particular plan defines the community, and it's expected they'll map it. And I think we've already had a wee bit of discussion in this, Councillor Thomas. I've written to you on it as well. Maybe not picked it up yet, and happy to pick up offline. But we definitely don't want to confuse communities. I think for the council approach to this, I think we have a clear line on how we're working with communities, and it kind of to some extent follows the community asset transfer line in that we meet with communities and we talk with them. Right, that's the starting point. We don't try to inundate them with a whole load of information. I think the Scottish Government, I know, has sent to all community councils, I'm sure you know, something called the Parish Online Tool. And we had included the link to that in the place planning materials as being an opportunity for communities to find a way to digitally map their place. I mean, physically map their place in terms of kind of spatial mapping. Unfortunately, I think those tools lead into other places online which seem to persuade community groups to look towards developing their kind of plans online, further plans, not just the mapping. And I think what we're going to do with this is to take those links away for the moment, because I think we've accepted they can be confusing, and to look at other ways that we can assist communities to strengthen our advice and guidance to communities as to how they can physically map their place. I mean, actually, a community could map their place by physically taking a map, drawing a line round it and photographing that. It probably doesn't need those links and the tools. So we're in, to be fair, Councillor Thompson, rest of Scotland, we're in a learning process at the moment, and we're in a place where we want to listen to feedback from our communities, and where we're getting feedback if there are things that are confusing communities. And I'm sure we'll get a lot more feedback as, you know, we go out and we meet with more groups. As I say, we're meeting with 12 at the moment, but there will be more than that. We need to be flexible enough to take feedback on board and to change and develop as we go along. So that's, I hope that's one partial answer. And let's say we've written to you on that one. The other part of this, I mean, you were talking about the kind of other elements within communities and the other kind of sub-plans within communities. Whether it's you know, a group planning for the community asset transfer, where it's consulting with its local community to find out what their needs and what their aspirations are, and how a building or a piece of land would help those. I think all of that is valuable, and I don't think we want to neglect any of it and move on to, you know, the big plan. I think all of that can be subsumed as useful information and can add to place plans. And similarly, I think place plans can help us contextualise, can help us contextualise things like need for investment or opportunity investment, or whether, you know, buildings actually and land should be transferred, whether that is actually going to be of value to the entire community through consultation and engagement in the place plan, or whether it's just a group that wants a building for a purpose that perhaps isn't shared by the community. So I'm not sure, Councillor Thompson, if that answers the whole scope of what you're asking, but I hope it helps.
No, and I appreciate it's a bit of a lengthy question and a lengthy answer, but yeah, I think it does, Jamie, so thanks for that. I think the only outstanding bit is about the multiplicity of place plans and how we, because there's an LPP that we would register as a sort of technical part of the process, but it's about how the number of groups in one mapped area would feed into that, because I'm trying to wrestle against a community-produced plan, like community-led or community-owned, but you could have multiple groups within that community that feed into one LPP, as far as I understand it. So effectively it's a distillation of all the community priorities and tests of objectivity and whatever, feeding into one thing that gets registered as the LPP for that place. And maybe I've misunderstood that, But I imagine there's one LPP, but a number of community groups could effectively feed into that. So it's where the ownership of that lies, because it does seem to be, on the one hand, we're saying community-led, but on the other hand, it's like, actually, but we register the LPP that results from that. So maybe that's the technical side of it, if you like, or the clarification I'm looking for. Thank you.
And we'll come back to it another time, Jamie, so you're fine. So Stephen, we will come back to that. I'll cover it in recommendations, so we're going to have further discussion in regards to this. I am conscious, so Councillor Hagman, you're next. Councillor Drivers withdrew, and look for a weather report, Katie, if possible as well.
The sun is starting to shine and the snow is starting to go to slush, so all is well in Ward 2. So no, thank you, Chair. I think the phrase cluttered landscape has been used somewhat a couple of times in the debate, and certainly looking at our own webpage, I just counted, there's 28 different hyperlinks to documents, to policies, to whatever on our own webpage. So we do need some clarity with this, and I'm looking at the recommendations. We're being asked to agree the local place plans, policy and process documents. But yet we're also being told that this is largely an internal document, so it doesn't need an impact assessment, which I am concerned about. And we're agreeing that the policies and process outlined within the local place plans. So it is very, very cluttered. I'm not quite sure what we're actually agreeing. I'm also noting on the website that we've actually got a step-by-step guide that's been published as of March 22 or 23. So, this has been published in the last fortnight, but yet we've not actually agreed it. So why are things being published on the website before members are agreeing to it? And I'm just not quite sure. We've got, as I say, 29 or 28 different hyperlinks to make it clear for our communities as to how this goes forward. But yet the actual policy itself is actually, it's quite a slim document. It's not particularly clear, and I'm just wondering how we can improve this. In terms of a really specific question I've got, well, I've got a couple, but one of them is where there's two expressions of interest. How do we resolve that? It makes reference of what communities should do, but it doesn't state anywhere in the policy as to how we resolve that. And I'm also noting in the paper that this policy has been pulled together by our own internal officers, and there's clearly a lot of work and there's a lot of expertise in the room, and this is not a criticism in any way. But why are we not engaging further with our communities as to what has worked well for them and what they would like to see? We want to be as open and as transparent as a local authority as possible. And I'm just slightly concerned that we've produced a document without consulting widely. And certainly, just back to our website, we are clearly updating it because there's a document on there that's marked March 23, but our website also states that there's no place plans. Well, we agreed one. We've just agreed the minute that we agreed one in January. So that's not been updated as yet. So it's just a little bit of oversight would be useful within our website to ensure that, we don't just selectively update certain parts, but actually we have an overall view on that. So yeah, it would be interesting to know what happens, what are the actual practicalities. There's two community groups. They both want to develop a place plan. Who decides? Does it go to area committee? Does it come back to us? Do officers decide? It's just not particularly clear. Thanks.
Thanks, Katie. Who's best to answer that, do you think? I think it's a reasonable question, the last question in particular. I think that's the only question she's really looking for.
I'll try, and then Jamie and Fraser can come in if I've missed some points, if that's okay. If we get to, I totally agree with Councillor Hagman, we haven't covered that point within the document in front of members today. If we were to receive two expressions of interest from community groups covering the same geographical area, we would want to speak to both of them to see if we could get them to work together to prepare a single place plan for that community area, just to prevent potential problems further down the line. If we were unable to resolve that, then it might cause both groups problems when it comes to the registration stage, because they have to be able to demonstrate the level of community support or consultation that they've undertaken in terms of getting their local place plan registered. So we haven't covered that fair point. We've only covered when we have multiple place plans for the same area. So perhaps that's something we need to include in the document. I do agree with again, because it is a very cluttered landscape, and we have brought this paper forward to try and provide some clarity for our community groups, for our elected members, and also for our partners that are involved through community planning, for how we see the process working out. We haven't had all the guidance from Scottish Government, so we are trying to provide clarity for those groups who want to embark on the process as what we see that process being from start to finish. Because as Jamie said, these plans are community-led and it's for the community group to prepare them. We will give them help and support as we can, but we don't feel it's right to give them the opportunity but not set out what that process is. It's also important, I think, to emphasise that as a council, we're not suggesting we go any further than what Scottish Government are asking through regulation and the Planning Act. So we're not putting any extra requirements on community groups in them preparing their plan. We have also said as well that we will be keeping all our documents up to date. So this is very much a live document as community groups go through that process. We will learn from their experiences. The reason we haven't been able to consult with any community groups because actually we don't have a community group who have gone through the local place plan process as yet. And we felt the need to do this, to keep pushing stuff on our webpage, because the Borderlands place plans have been blazing a bit of a trail, and we've been starting to get queries from other community groups who are not an identified Borderlands place community. So yeah, I do appreciate there's some stuff that's come a bit out of step, but hopefully this document in front of members hopefully pulls a lot of that together.
Chair, can I come back on that, please?
Please.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Shona. I mean, I think it's great, and I think we should be working with live documents, and I think that's really important because, we are getting more information and we are at the early stages of this, so I absolutely support that. But what we're being asked to do is agree the policy, and as far as I'm aware, policies cannot be live documents. So can I just get some clarity from yourself, Chair, as to what it is that we're actually, the recommendations are here? Because, if I'm all for keeping it as a live document and getting an update maybe in 6 months' time to find out where we're going with this, but is this a policy that we're agreeing?
So when we got to recommendations, I was going to suggest that we had a further report to the next meeting, because of Councillor Marsh and Councillor Scove in particular, everybody's echoed the sentiment, so to speak, that in regards to resourcing the plan itself, how it gets developed, not going out to further projects, actually, so I was considering that because of the will of this meeting, a level of interest, it's actually stimulated that Katie would bring back a further report, and there will be obviously further requirements, conversations, and I would imagine some of the stuff that we've touched on today we'll come back and revisit at the next meeting. But it's at a much higher level of interest as what I had anticipated. And again, going back to the weather, the bad weather and all this, I didn't want to extend it by too much. So, David, so you'll get a chance to come in, because we'll see this again. Councillor Scobie, along with Councillor Marsh, proposed the fact that we'll have further fund a look at that. If it's quick, David, then I'll take Councillor Scobie and then we'll go to recommendations.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It was just a point. It was for Jamie. He mentioned a community asset transfers. Now, there is a situation, it's now on social media, it's getting a wee bit, it's between Langlands and the Veterans Garden at the Crichton, and there's a lot of speculation what's actually happening here, if it's going to happen at all, and it would be good if it could maybe be clarified before it maybe go further up the ladder of concern for people. As I say, it's on social media about Langlands, and the instance it's possible there's a possibility they may get that building, they may not get that building, and there's a lot of questions being asked, and if it could be clarified, maybe Jamie a little bit, that would be absolutely great.
Thanks, David. So, no, Jamie, you'll not come in and clarify that. That is for a different committee, that, David. Sorry, apologies for that. So that'll come back to, we can talk about that afterwards. That is for a different committee. It's not for today's business today. So I would recommend going back to, I suppose we need a little bit of clarity in regards to flexibility of a policy once it's in place, I think is what Katie's saying. If we can get that bit of clarity in regards to that, then I'll look to add a further recommendation, but Wally, you'd obviously want to come in as well, but I'll ask for the clarity first in regards to Katie's question, because depending on the answer, it might affect my what I move in regards to 2.1 and 2.2, the recommendations. So Shona, that's probably for you in regards to the flexibility of a policy. Once it's in place, how flexible is it? Because I think she's intimating that actually it seems fluid. Shona.
Yeah, I mean, it would be our intention to keep this under review, if that was acceptable, so that we learn not just from our own communities, but I think also from our colleagues across Scotland. We're all learning from each other, and we want to put the best process in place, I think, for our communities. So I'm more than happy to keep it under review.
Thank you. So on the back of that answer, I will move that we agree 2.1, 2.2. I will move 2.3, Wally, then I'll bring you in to see what your comments are. And it's a simple request that we have a further report to the next committee outlining potential options to resource on these, how we resource these particular plans. So there'll be a number of options there. So,
Chair, point of order.
Sean, are you all right if I just bring Wally in first, then bring yourself in?
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean. I see your hand coming up there. Wally, if you don't mind coming in, if it's in regards to that.
And I just in support of what you're saying and asking for a further report, as long as it does consider how the council could provide officer and financial support to enable the development of the local place plan. So that included in the further report that you're moving, Chair.
I used the word resource, but you've put a level of detail that hadn't applied. Well, it meant the same thing though. So, Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, Chair, it was just in relation to you moving 2.2. I don't know if that's competent to move that, because it's asking for us to adopt the policies and processes outlined at the moment. But Shona said it's fluid, so there might need to be an amendment to that, to the current policies and processes, because if they're going to change, I'm just seeking clarity on 2.2.
Okay, thanks for that, Sean. My understanding was on the back of it, Sean was saying it would be under review, therefore that gave it that level of flexibility, and it was still fluid. That would still have been competent. But what I'll do is I'll go to Claire and Lorna in regards to potentially getting advice in regards to competency in 2.2. Otherwise, it'd be simple to leave it out and we could agree at the next meeting. But Claire?
Excuse me, Chair. Do you want to expand 2.2 to take on board the comments made by Shona, the noting that be kept under review?
More than happy to do that if that gives it a level of competency that I hadn't given it. So if that makes it competent, more than happy to do that. So we'll add that in the recommendation 2.2. We'll move that formally in 2.3 as referred to earlier. We'd have a further report at the next meeting, and it takes in how these local police plans could be resourced, financed, so on and so forth, as well as put detail to. Excellent. Item number 6. This report's here, members, for it's the delivery of service. Sorry, my specs. I keep forgetting about my specs on. It's to update members on the delivery of services up by Galloway in Southern Ayrshire Biosphere since 2017, and consideration of a renewed service level agreement in line with the new strategic plan 23 to 33 over the next 10 years. So we've been asked at 2.1 to note the submission of the periodic review to UNESCO and the proposal to extend the biosphere boundary to include the Rins of Galloway as outlined in paragraph 3.5, 3.6. 2.2, we've been asked to note the delivery services over the duration of the current service level agreement 2017 to 2023 as outlined in paragraph 3.7 and the appendix 1. 2.3, we've been asked to agree to support the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere through a renewed service level agreement delivering the services outlined in paragraph 312 to 314 and appendix 2. 2.4, we've been asked to agree an allocation of funding. So subject to 2.3 to allocate existing funding within the Environment Service of £20,000 to the GSA Biosphere and agree to support a further report to finance, I think it should be Procurement and Transformation Committee, unless I've got that wrong, it's FPT, to secure the additional £10,000 funding allocation required as outlined in paragraph 3.17. And 2.5 is to note the wider local authority funding arrangements providing a partnership approach to support the aims and objectives of the GSA biosphere for its entire geographic area as outlined in 3.17. We have got Simon here as the report author, along with Anna Johnston. So if members haven't got any questions, we've got MD here who's looking to get in. Sean, is that an old hand or a new one?
Oh, it's a new one.
Right, come in, Councillor Marshall, then Hagman, then I'll move them formally. Sean?
Yeah, just a couple of points. Just on 3.1.7, just ask why our contribution is 5,000 more than South and East Ayrshire. But also on recommendation 2.4 and 2.5, maybe just an explanation why we're having to go to FPT for the additional 10,000. And also, it's just a quick, are we just agreeing this year's funding? Because I think what they're wanting is funding of 30,000 over the next 5 years as part of the service level agreement. So I'm a bit confused. Do we get a report every year to release this funding? Because I think what they're asking for is 150,000 over the next 5 years.
Simon, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. In relation, obviously, to the funding that's outlined at 3.17, the reason why our contribution is slightly higher than South and East Ayrshire is just due to the geographic area that's covered within the biosphere within Dumfries and Galloway. We have around about, I think it's around about 60 to 65% of the biosphere area is within D&G. And as such, obviously, we have the opportunity for more activity to obviously be undertaken here. We also have, obviously, the biosphere is looking at establishing their offices in Dalry, obviously within D&G rather than within our two neighbouring authorities. Hopefully that answers that question. In relation to obviously the makeup of the funding, we have £20,000 allocated within the service budget at this moment in time, but have no spare capacity, which is why we need to obviously take a further report to FPT to obviously give us that opportunity to secure the funding required. And as Councillor Marshall's outlined, yes, this is an agreement for 5 years. The service level agreement would be in 5 years, and we'd be looking at bringing an annual report back to the committee to obviously demonstrate what's been delivered for the funding that's been put into play.
Can I just come back on that, Chair? Yep.
Please, Sean. Yep.
Yeah, so on that basis, I think the 30,000 sounds as though we're getting a pretty good deal if the other two local authorities are putting in 25, but we have the majority within our area. Just with regards to that last point that you made, Simon, so would you be hoping that the 10,000 that you get from FPT this year, if that's successful, in future years, the 30,000 would come from within the budget and we wouldn't have to go every year for the additional 10,000 from FPT?
Thank you, Chair. Through yourself, yes, that would be the aim, that obviously we'd be looking for an uplift for that budget for the £10,000 over the 5 years to allow us to obviously allocate that and just have the reports coming forward to Economy and Resources rather than needing to go back annually to FPT.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Councillor Hagman, Katie.
Thank you, Chair. I think maybe perhaps I should have put a note of interest in here, just partly because I sat on the partnership board for the past 5 years as the elected member on the outside body. I'm no longer on the partnership board, and certainly as of May at the elections, I stood down from that role. So therefore, I'm no longer involved, so I'm quite comfortable with discussing the matter today. I just really want to put on record my thanks to both Anna Johnston and Simon Fieldhouse, and just to commend the work of the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere. They are ambitious. They have been working together with SOCI, and I think that annual report would be really important for elected members in D&G to really fully understand the importance of the Galloway and Southern Ayrshire Biosphere. So I just want to put that on record and to offer my thanks to officers and to wish the organisation the very best best of luck, and we will keep our fingers crossed for the UNESCO designation. If we don't get that UNESCO designation, I think it will be a real travesty and a real loss to the region. And I would also like to see and know how we as a local authority can celebrate that, should we be fortunate enough to get that. And just really, what does it mean to be working in partnership? Because, to me, £30,000 and handing that fund over is a monetary resource. It's not necessarily a partnership, and I think it would be really important to know, what does partnership actually mean, and how are we supporting the organisation going forward. So I look forward to a further report, and hopefully, fingers crossed, all going well, some good news regarding that UNESCO status. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Katie. So, taking that into consideration, I don't see anybody else wanting to speak. So I read out the recommendations earlier, the clarity that Councillor Marshall got. I think he's looking to agree with that. So move them formally that we note and agree as read out earlier. Thank you very much. Item number 6. Thanks, Simon and Anna, for your time today. Thanks very much. Item number 7, sorry, I think it is, we're on to now. So it's the Dumfries and Conservation Area Regeneration Scheme. So this report seeks the approval to expand the Dumfries Conservation Area Regeneration Scheme area in line with a relaunch of the scheme. It also provides an update on the delivery of both Dumfries and Stranraer Conservation Area Regeneration Schemes and advises members on delivery of a Dumfries and Galloway traditional building skills audit. We've been asked at our recommendations 2.1 to expand, to expand the Dumfries Conservation Area Regeneration Scheme area as shown in the appendix and set out in paragraphs 3.2 to 3.4. We've been asked 2.2 to note progress on delivery of the Dumfries Conservation Area Regeneration Scheme as set out in paragraphs 3.5. 2.3, we've been asked to note again progress on delivery of the Stranraer Conservation Area Scheme and the expected completion date as set out in paragraphs 3.6, and 2.4 is to note the delivery of the Dumfries and Galloway traditional building skills audit as set out in paragraph 3.7. So I'm looking for members, see if there's any hands coming up. Well, I don't know if that's an old hand or a new hand. If it's a new hand, just come in.
New hand, Ian, and it's just in reference to 2.3, and there is a reference in 3.6.5. But what that really says is that Stranraer Cars is expected to complete by the 30th of September 2023, an extension on the previous, or the 31st of March. We did have a briefing last in terms of the number of cars projects there, but in particular reference to 3.6.3, and that is to the arches. I did ask if there was a completion date or at least a timescale for this to be completed, and there wasn't a timeline. That just refers, the timeline just refers to, or timescale refers to the extension, and projects must be finished by the 30th of September. I guess it was 30th, yeah. 30th of September. It's really to get some kind of indication of when the arches could be completed, because I have raised this well on in the past in terms of how safe the building is and so forth and so on. So the people are looking, the people of Stranraer are looking for this to be completed as quickly as possible, notwithstanding it's in private ownership. But there is a huge this phone keeps ringing. Yeah, council reputation at stake here in terms of where people tend to put the blame when it's not with the council. But I just ask, is there a time scale or a timeline just to be completed?
Who would be best placed to answer that?
I'll answer that, Councillor Crothers. Unfortunately, the cars officer for Stranraer is unable to attend because she's on site at the moment. So in terms of those buildings, Councillor Scobie, they went out for tender for the contractor, to be able to do the work. As far as I understand, those tenders are being looked at. And if the building owners, because these are works that are being commissioned by the building owners, once that has happened, we will be able to provide a timeline for when that work hopefully will start and complete.
Can I ask when the tenders are to be returned by, and then we can get a sort of an indication of what kind of timeline we're looking at just now?
Yeah, the tenders were actually returned last week, towards the end of last week. So the building owners are looking at them because we only make a grant towards those buildings. The building owners themselves have to obviously contribute to that work as well. So I'm not quite sure when we're going to get an answer to that.
So in essence, we don't have a completion date as is indicated 2.3, and it's that timeline that we do need, or the people listening would like to see, and I think we should be aiming as a council to try and establish that. Short of that, and I come back to the safety of the building, and that we are doing regular checks on that safety of that building. Can I get that assurance, and not having the timeline just now, but I would look for one as quickly as possible.
As soon as we're able to provide one, we will provide one to the ward members.
Thanks for that, Shona. Thanks, Willie. So as soon as that information is available, you will get that, is what we're getting assurance of, Willie. But thanks for your question. We've got Councillor Johnston and then Hislop.
Thank you, Chair. It's about the expansion of the conservation area regeneration scheme in Dumfries to the lower part of Friars Vennel and Irish Street. And I'd just like to say I very much welcome that. Both those streets at the moment seem to be thriving, and it would be a good opportunity, I think. So I very much welcome that. I'm quite intrigued with the traditional building skills audit. I think this is a really good idea. If we're going to maintain so many of these lovely old buildings we have in the region, we need to improve our skill base. But I was just curious as to how you would expect this sort of training to be delivered. Who would do it?
Shona?
If it's okay, I'll bring my colleague Ross in on that, because Ross has been leading on this part of the work.
Thank you. Ross? You're on mute, Ross. You bring your mic down to your mouth because we can't hear you.
Is that better?
That's it, spot on, perfect.
So the results of the audit will inform the training programme for the Dumfries cars going forward. How that will look, we're not quite sure at the moment, but we're sort of exploring a sort of bigger picture approach rather than sort of providing one-off CPD style training days. Perhaps it might take the form of something a bit more long-term in partnership with somebody else, some sort of skills academy or something like that. But we'll need to wait until we get the results of the audit back before we can really sort of drill down into it.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's just when we highlight the fact that potentially there is a skills shortage in this area, then that leads to the question of the kind of chicken and egg thing. If you don't have the skills here at the moment, how do you train the people in the new skills? So
that's right.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Hislop, then Ferguson.
Chair, to echo the comments made by Councillor Johnston, I think the idea of extending the scheme down to the bottom of Bank Street in the Vennel is a great idea. These are, traditional shopping areas, so the small grant scheme would be applicable down there. However, there seems to be a lack of knowledge about it, and I see we're going to do a relaunch. And B, is it the lack of knowledge, or is it the lack of finance in some of the people who have these buildings? Because, you could put a new shop front in and next week whoever's in there's shut down. Currently we have a problem with that. So are the schemes too restrictive in how they go forward, and they're not attractive to people to actually bid into them? Is that another problem that we have?
That'd be Shona.
I'll certainly start, and Ross can pick up bits that I've perhaps missed. I think it's a bit of chicken egg, Councillor Hislop, on that one, because when we were successful in securing the award for Dumfries, we were sort of in the middle of the pandemic, so it wasn't really possible to do much of a launch. As it says in the report, they were intending to do quite an extensive launch this time, so I think that might help us understand if there is a reluctance of property owners to come forward, because Ross will open up dialogue with interest that we receive. We certainly found we've learned a lot from the scheme that we're currently still delivering in Stranraer. And as I say, there will be a requirement for the property owners to make a contribution to the work. The scheme provides some grant funding, but only time will tell as to if there is interest or if there is kind of hesitancy.
Right, thanks.
Thank you, Ivor. Thanks, Shona. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair, for letting me back in. A question was for Shona or Ross. I'm not sure which one. Can you explain why we've got two legs coming down? I can understand why you come down the Vennel and down Bank Street, but what about right along the front of the White Sands, where we've got shops there who are just as old, our premises are just as old, and would probably benefit from being included in this grant scheme. So is there a reason why we haven't included that area?
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a boundary somewhere. It's, we don't have a huge budget for this scheme, and I thought when looking at an extension, if we were to take in that area, the White Sands, and that it would mean taking in Irish Street as well, it would spread the budget too thin. I think the idea is that we're going to try and concentrate the small grants budget in the Vennel and Bank Street.
Okay, another day we maybe come back and revisit that, I think, Ian, but because the budget's a matter for members, so we could revisit that at a later time, I would suggest.
I think that's the best way to attack, so to speak. Councillor Hislop, then we'll go to the recommendations. Ivor?
Chair, I was just checking, is Irish Street not in it anyway? The blue bit? I think Ross said that it would include Irish Street if you took everything, but Irish Street I thought was in it already.
No, it's in the conservation area, but it's not in the cars area.
Right. Well, the map I've got in front of me, can you just explain? See the bit that's hashed in blue? And then there's two yellow extensions. What's the hashed in blue bit?
Just trying to pull up the map that I think you've probably got. Let's see. Sorry, yep, I'm talking utter nonsense. Yep, that area of Irish Street is in the conservation area. Sorry.
Right.
In the cars area. Rather.
Right. Just for clarification, thanks for that.
Thank you, Ivor. So we'll move to the recommendations for the speakers. I read them out earlier. Are we content to agree as read previously? Thank you. Just to say that lunch has arrived for members with here, so 12:30 or so. As near as that, we'll break for lunch for 20 minutes and we'll come back to the meeting then. Item number 8, I think it's Scotland Act. I think this is, I'll just double check the author, sorry. Right, so Jamie, hopefully Jamie and Steve's already here. Jamie, a little bit online. So that was Scotland Act 2006, a scheme of assistance for 23-24. The purpose of this report is to seek the agreement of the Economy and Resources Committee to make recommendations to Dumfries and Galloway Council for the transfer of funding for the delivery of the care and repair, small repairs and home support, food train at home and dementia-friendly design services to the Dumfries and Galloway Health and Social Care Integration Joint Board for 23-24. I'll go through the recommendations again, same as I've previously. We've been asked to recommend to the Council an allocation 948k to the IGB to support the ongoing delivery of care and repair services for 23-24, as outlined in section 3.5. 2.2, I'll come to you, Stephen, is to recommend the Council an allocation 149k to the IGB to fund the small repairs and home support services 23-24 as outlined in paragraph 3.6. 2.3 is to recommend to the Council an allocation of 15k to the Integration Joint Board to fund the dementia-friendly project for 23-24 as outlined in paragraph 3.7. To recommend to the Council an allocation of £37,400 to the Dumfries and Galloway Health and Social Care Integration Joint Board to fund the food train at home for 23-24, resulting in paragraph 3.8, and an allocation of 35k to support the sustained development of the Trusted Trader scheme for 23-24, resulting in paragraph 3.9. So, Councillor Thompson, I think you're first. I think that's right.
Thanks, Chair.
And then
It's just no issue with the, in principle, with the recommendations. It was just actually about the care and repair scheme, which I think historically would, it was Loreburn, I think, carried this out, but obviously that's gone through a procurement process, and there's a new provider now. And I think it was just to understand how best we, because obviously this is a sort of part of a delegated budget, I suppose, and to provide that service through the IJB. But how do we keep oversight of that? I noticed there's a table there in terms of what we've done. That's the sort of quantities in terms of showers and stair lifts and whatnot. But what sort of responsibility do we have to sort of maybe take on board any comments, queries, feedback, complaints, etc.? So it's really just about how do we as elected members stay in touch with what's going on, or is that purely just through the IJB? Thank you.
Well, thanks for that question. Just before you come in, Jamie, I mean, that was a topic for ourselves discussing that, and potentially I would have thought, not right now today obviously, but further discussion in regards to the Housing Subcommittee, but that may well come up at a further point in time, which should act as a number of reports Jamie's leading on as we go forward, where that could be, that level of scrutiny could be accommodated. Jamie.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Thompson. So in terms of monitoring the reports as the delivery of the projects as they go forward through the financial year, we do have a quarterly care and repair steering group that I sit on behalf of the Council, working obviously very closely with colleagues in the IJB. The provider, the new contractor who provides the service, is also on that steering group, effectively monitoring the quarterly returns to see delivery. As part of that, we also get updates on customer satisfaction, surveys that are carried out by the provider, and we also do discuss any cases that maybe need a little bit more input, either on a strategic basis. That aside, as is set out in the report, the monitoring, the delivery and the management, procurement, all those project delivery responsibilities do sit very clearly with the IJB. However, given that we are such a funding contributor, it's important that the Council does keep that ongoing scrutiny on a regular basis.
So thanks through yourself, Chair. Thanks, Jamie, for that. I appreciate that. So the steering group effectively does what I suppose elected members thought they might do, which is sort of to keep abreast of the monitoring. So given that it's through IJB, how do we as elected members get that assurance? Because obviously what we've heard there is we don't necessarily see that, it's just through the IJB, but we do fund, just shy of £1 million to it. So it's really just to get that clarity through yourself, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Yeah, so in terms of the clarity, obviously I'm happy to provide members with more regular updates if that's required. As mentioned, the IGB is responsible for the delivery of these services, make the decisions around the use of the funding. But if members are minded to receive more regular updates, the quarterly performance reports are shared with me, and I am happy to certainly provide a summary of those to elected members as seen fit.
Okay, that right, Councillor Thompson. Okay, thanks, Jamie. I still will probably come back to the Housing Subcommittee as a potential option going forward, depending on the feeling within the committee and as we go forward. So, Councillor Hislop, Scobie, then Dryborough. Ivor.
Thank you, Chair. It's with regard to this money, can Jamie possibly remind me, does this money go towards the likes of enabling people to get out of hospital quicker? When maybe somebody's been in hospital, there's small aids and adaptations required. Does this money go to that? And are we actually getting value for money? Because we see in reports coming from the Health Board that actually there's more bed blocking and people can't get home. So is this delivering what we want it to do?
Thanks, Councillor Hislop. Yeah, so in terms of the delivery of the service, it's utilised in many different ways. It can be for when people are requiring significant adaptations to the property, things like wet rooms, that need to be put in if somebody's got a mobility issue. But there are also smaller elements of work that can be done in much more prompt and effective manner that would help somebody to come out of hospital if they were able to return home. That can be things like grab rails, it can be handles to get up steps. So small little measures that can be done in a very, very effective way. What the IGB will obviously do is they'll look to utilise the different funding streams that we're putting in place here. So it may be care and repair, it may be that they ask the handy van to go out and carry out some adaptations through the small repairs and home support service. So there really is an approach that's taken on a basis of what's needed in each individual circumstance. It's almost a holistic approach. It's not always utilised for when people are in hospital. It may be in other situations, but it can be used in those circumstances and often is.
Hey, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie, then Dryborough. Willie?
Yeah, it's on the same point being made by Stephen Thompson, and I hear what Jamie's saying in terms of monitoring reports. But from correspondence I have received in raising questions in terms of more to do with, Jamie, what you just referred to, adaptations in bathrooms, wet rooms, etc., where there was some just short of 20 outstanding cases. And I just wonder if those have been caught up on, and now that it's in the hands of the IGB to monitor it, West Lowerburn that administered the scheme. It's just that are we on top of this in terms of outstanding cases when, reference has been made to me of some 17 cases outstanding for bathrooms, shower adaptations, for instance.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. So in terms of those specific projects, not familiar with those in particular and happy to pick that up offline. There are a number of issues that are impacting on the delivery of any construction works at the moment, as you'll be aware. So I don't have the answer to that question right now, but happy to pick that one up offline if that's helpful.
Yeah, it would be helpful, and obviously to help the people who are waiting on these adaptations, because they've been assessed and requiring that. So I'm happy to pick it up offline, Jimmy.
Thank you both for that. Councillor Dryborough, then Hagman.
Thanks very much, Chair. And it's to the point of the trusted trader scheme, Jamie. I wonder if you can help me with a couple of things. I had a discussion this morning with other elected members about, who's actually on the trusted trader scheme and how they advertise themselves. Mainly it's on e-means by council website, things like that. And an opportunity may arise for those potential customers for the trusted traders if a leaflet was sort of made of the trusted traders within the organisation and that delivered to customer service centres for it to be, onwardly sort of moved so that people who are wanting some work done, and we believe there is quite a few people wanting some work done, but they don't have the trusted trader connection through IT because they're not on any computers or laptops and things like that. Is there a way of trying to find a way of sort of advertising their services, either by leaflet form or whatever, so that members of the public, especially in those areas where they're not connected to the IT systems, for instance, can use some of those organisations, and that's a way of an opportunity of improving their business as well.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Driver. So in terms of publicity, we can certainly look to do something around that with colleagues in trading standards. Obviously, the membership is constantly changing, with people being reviewed, being brought onto the scheme, potentially being removed if they're not meeting the criteria and standards that are set out. When a trader does register for the scheme, they are given some literature and stickers for their van, things so that they can publicise they do have that membership. But what I'll do is I'll certainly take away an action to speak to my colleagues in the Trade and Standards Department to see how we can further promote the use of the service. Also appreciate many of our customers don't have access to that online information. It is a web-based system, but I am aware that our Trade and Standards colleagues do offer a telephone support system where they can highlight to people what is available via the Trusted Trader scheme.
Great, thanks, Jamie.
Thank you. So we have Councillor Hagman, Ferguson, McFarlane, then we'll come to a stop at that point.
Thanks, convener. I'm a bit taken aback, really, and it's a question maybe not for yourself to answer, but I've had one of the local newspapers has contacted me to ask for a comment on a press release that went out at 11 o'clock this morning from the convener of Full Council and the leader of D&G Council. And they're asking to confirm about the paper going to Full Council that is looking to confirm the allocations on this very report, which we haven't even as yet agreed. So can I ask the question, why are press releases going out on future reports before they've been through the relevant committees? And also, why are press releases going out only to the press and not to all elected members? I'm really concerned about the administration of Full Council if this is the way that the administration are going to take business forward, that there's an assumption that papers are going to be agreed before they've been through the relevant committee. And can I ask, have you had oversight of this as the chair of the committee? Because it's really concerning if this is the way that business is going to be conducted by D&G Council. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Katie. Thanks for bringing that particular point up. I am completely unaware of it, had no involvement whatsoever. I would imagine it's just an admin thing that's happened. I can't answer for any other really parts of your question, but no idea whatsoever. Ultimately, when these recommendations, if they get approved, then at that point, Councillor Johnston's actually wanted to answer. He is certainly within that realm. Sorry, Malcolm, I never thought about that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hagman, for raising that. That was an issue I was actually going to raise as soon as I can. I was unaware that this press release was going to go out, and that is something that I will be taking on board with the relevant parties.
Thanks for that, Malcolm. Thank you. Katie, hopefully that answers your question in a fuller capacity. I know we can act as any member of the council, you can join any press releases that go out. I used to be on it myself, so I would imagine if you were on that particular list, which we can add ourselves to, you would have got you'd get absolutely every single press release that goes out. So that wasn't confirmed by the current administration, I think is what I'm hearing. But
okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we've got Councillor Ferguson, we've got Councillor McFarlane and David Slater. You will be the last person to speak on this one. I'm not taking anybody else because they were ready for lunch, I think.
Is that me? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair. I suppose this is kind of a retrospective question here. I mean, there's 1.1 million here roughly going to the IJB. Why was that not just done in the main council budget setting? Is the question, or could it be in the future? Because what's the point of bringing it back here to go back to full council when these are all delegated services anyway? And the second question is the trusted trader thing is separate for the rest. I mean, I'm not going to argue any of these figures and that shouldn't happen, right? But you know, surely they could be just included in the main budget settlement. The main budget settlement for the year, because that, to me, this is just extra work. But it's just an observation at this stage, Ian, but maybe Lorna can give us an idea.
I think I'll give Jamie the chance to answer that first, Andy, if that's okay. And then if further additionality is needed, we'll bring Lorna in at that point. Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. So this really comes down to a sequential governance process. The Economy and Resources Committee is delegated to carry out the functions of the Council's Strategic Housing Authority, which includes setting the scheme of assistance. That scheme of assistance and the funding allocations being presented to members here needs to be agreed ahead of the then recommendations being made to committee, the full council, for the allocation of funding to the IJB. The Trusted Trader Service is obviously funding that would stay within the council if members do agree that. So that will not be part of the full council report. This really comes down to the delegated authorities of the individual committees and that sequential governance process.
Thank you. I thought that's what you previously agreed procedures, I think, Andy.
Yeah, well, I think that's what I'm getting at. I think it's maybe something to work on over the next year to get the budget setting, because it's an extra piece of work. It's actually an extra 2 pieces of work. It could be done in one if it was part of the main budget setting in February each year.
Ultimately, Definitely. So I suppose the committee can take a view on that for later on in the year when it comes to that point. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Thanks, Jamie. Councillor McFarlane, then Slater, then we'll stop for lunch.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A question for Jamie in relation to Trusted Trader. As someone who's accessed it, I'm quite surprised at the brevity of actual companies or workmen that are on there. How do we encourage people to do that? Because clearly what we're looking to do is maintain a standard of service that these people provide. But how do we encourage people to participate? Is there a cost to them, and what is the process? If Jamie could just help me, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor McFarlane. So in terms of the cost, it's free for traders to access the Trusted Trader Scheme. They obviously need to meet a set criteria. Members have previously agreed to the service being provided on a free basis to traders. In respect to the fact that it helps to improve the service, encourage the numbers, but also ensures that some of the smaller providers of services within this region are still encouraged to take part in the Trusted Trader Scheme. In terms of the reviews that are published, they come entirely from customers. So the council is obviously keeping a close eye on those satisfaction surveys, making sure they come back sufficiently. And there is an ongoing review basis. So all those factors taken into account do help to encourage the use of the Trusted Trader, but they also provide reassurance to the public that those people that are on that scheme are effective and carrying out work to the standard that they would expect and that we as a council would also expect.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jamie. But can you tell me, what do we actively do to encourage people to get on that list?
So there has been, as I said before, there's been publications in the past that is relatively well known amongst traders, but as part of the publication of further information, we can certainly pick that up with colleagues in trading standards to see about how we can encourage further traders to become part of this scheme.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Slater, then we're stopping for lunch.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Regarding trusted traders and stickers on vans and that, but how does the council actually confirm these traders as regard their particular skills? How do they do that? Because that's important. It's easy to say trusted trader, but I don't mean that they're not, but are they quite qualified to do this sort of work? Or can anybody just apply to the council and say, I'm a trusted trader, can give me the sticker for the van? Because these things are important, really, because it's the end result and the finish of the work that's done to a good standard. Thank you.
Jamie.
Yeah, thanks. So there is an assessment process for any traders who are coming onto the scheme. It includes ensuring that they are qualified to carry out the work that they say they're going to carry out. They have suitable insurances in place, and that they have support for their staff as well. And then on an ongoing basis, the customers submit reviews. So as part of the project, each trader is issued with review forms, which are then returned directly to the council by the customer to highlight the quality of the work. As is set out in the report, the level of the service that's been provided has been very high. It states in there obviously that 4,626 customer reviews, an average of 9 out of 10 score being given to traders. So these are some of the ways that the council does assure that the works are being carried out to the standard that we're expecting.
Thanks
Thank
so
you
much.
very much for that assurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, David. Thanks, Jamie. Well, you have to be awfully quick because there's folk looking for a comfort break.
Chair, it was remiss of me not to inform you at the beginning of the meeting, but it's with sadness that I have to inform the council of the passing of a previous councillor. We all knew and respected Graham Foster. He passed away only yesterday in the early hours of the morning. As I say, it was after a very short illness. So I would hope that the council will pass on their condolences to his wife, Linda.
Thanks very much for that. Well, I was certainly aware of that. I think a number of other members are as well. He's well respected, well regarded previous councillor for Dumfries and Galloway Council. A lot of time for Graham. So thanks for that update, and members will accordingly do what they want to do as far as Condolences. I moved the recommendations earlier. Do we have anybody counter to that? Don't see MD. Okay, that's item number 9. We'll start it after the break. 20 minutes we've got. It's 12:38, so make it 1 o'clock, and please, 22 minutes. We'll have a break. Thank you. Excellent, thank you. So welcome back, members. I think we've got to item number 10. I'll just double check. I'm sure we do. 9, sorry. That was being optimistic, was it? Good try. I casually skipped that there for why I've taken the notes. There's a couple of questions I think on this one. Anyways, I'll try to be as expeditious as possible. So this is the Town Centre Living Funds. This report's here for members to seek agreement to allocate £1 million from council tax on second homes income to deliver the 23-24 Town Centre Living Fund. It also seeks agreement to the priorities and criteria of applications for funding as described in the report. In addition, the report seeks members' agreement of the inclusion of a new project in the Strategic Housing Investment Plan and an allocation of funds for the 23-24 Town Centre sites allocation. I'll proceed as I did earlier. So 2.1, we're looking to allocate £1 million from the council tax and second homes budget to deliver 23-24 Town Centre Living Fund as per paragraphs 3.6.2. 2.2, so we're still, I'm just, Stephen's giving me a funny look as if we're going to the recommendations, but no, I'm just reading them out in preparation. 2.2 is to allocate the 500k to the 23-24 Town Centre Living Fund to support housing developments that will contribute to the regeneration of town centres as per paragraph 3.7. 2.3 is to allocate 200k from the 23-24 Town Centre Living Fund to provide grant assistance for owners of empty properties in settlements across the region to help bring them back into use as affordable housing, subject to the detailed criteria as per paragraph 3.8. To allocate 300k from a 23-24 Town Centre Living Fund to provide grant assistance to the below tolerable standard properties across the region, subject to the detailed criteria as per paragraph 3.9. 2.5 is to include the old school Lockerbie project in the Council's Strategic Housing Investment Plan as per paragraph 3.10. And 2.6 to allocate 250k from our 23-24 Town Centre projects budget to support the delivery of the project at the old school Lockerbie as per again paragraph 3.10. So members, I will just, I'll be looking for anybody wanting to speak. But Jamie, before I ask the members what to speak, have you got anything to add to this particular report?
Thanks, Chair. No, nothing further to add at this time. Happy to take questions.
Thanks, Jamie. Councillor Scobie's wanting in first. For what I can see, I don't see it. Oh, Councillor Thompson. Oh, was that? Sorry, Stephen. Was that your hand earlier? Councillor Scobie, then Thompson.
Again, this is to be welcomed in terms of how we use this second home fund, but it's really around whether we have any scope to extend what is regarded as a town centre living fund, and it's very restricted as I understand it. Maybe Jimmy can qualify that it's very much around town centre, where there are other areas of I'll take Stranraer as an example, just for sake of an example. We've got a derelict building at the edge of Stranraer on the 77 and privately owned, but it is an eyesore on the whole landscape. That's just one, but it's also to go even further on a further expansion to take in more than perhaps town centre, and I see in 3.75 it refers to the number of towns, which is quite expansive, but it's to cover the whole of the area, and I see that's, at least I'm taken, is what's meant by the below tolerable standards that we would go with town centre. It's just to get that clarification on what scope we have to expand that, if that's within our gift or the scheme. And it is, that's its second home tax that we're able to draw the funds from.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. So in terms of the three different elements of the project, the below tolerable standard grants are available to properties throughout the region. That's previously been agreed by members, and we're recommending that continues for the 23-24 budget. The town centre empty properties has now been expanded following members' agreement last year to the 47 settlements set out in the local development plan. We're recommending to members that continues in place. But what we also do is, within the recommendations here for the town centre sites, which are focused on the local development plan town centres, of which the 16 are listed in the report, We have brought back reports to members where either a site has fallen with the town centre, potentially still supporting town centre sustainability, recognising that housing doesn't always necessarily need to be directly within the definition of the town centre to support those shops and the local economy. But we have also brought back a report recently to support funding for a project in Glenluce, which isn't identified in the local development plan town centres, but met the same objectives, criteria, and was obviously looking at a settlement not defined as having a town centre within the local development plan. But what we're obviously saying to members here is we will bring back these cases to committee for consideration where we feel there's strategic merit in doing so. So if a reasonable project is to come forward, we'll bring that in front of members for their consideration.
Yeah, Jimmy, if I could come back in, Chair. And I know because I was involved in one that you did bring forward to Communities Committee, I think it was, and you did get approval for that particular project. But it's really just the expansion whether members are of a mind to consider, because you, as you rightly say, there are 16 recognised in 3.7.5. But that excludes a huge number, notwithstanding what you've said, Jamie, in terms of there is a particular project, you would bring that forward for members' consideration. It's just the whole equity of the fund to the whole of the region. That's what I'm addressing.
Thank you. Jamie, do you have anything to add, or take that as a comment?
Yeah, I can take that as a comment. Obviously, in terms of the decision, it is a member's decision. We're recommending these as a guide, in effect, and obviously happy to go with the members' decisions. But what we will always do is bring back reports to members where we still feel there's a project that maybe doesn't meet this criteria that's specifically set out in the report, but we feel that members would want to see and make a decision on. But happy to go with the members' recommendations.
Thank you. Well, we'll maybe come back to that point later on, but I mean, one of the questions certainly from our group was got to be around about flexibility. So if the money isn't spent, how flexible can it be, and so on and so forth. But that's maybe something we can touch on when we get to recommendations. But I'm comfortable with them as it is, knowing that we have that flexibility to move and via that money later on in a point in time. Councillor Thompson. Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. So a couple of questions. One was just in terms of the council tax second homes, what's the total of that at the moment, and what will this proposed allocation leave in that fund, just for 23-24 particularly? And there was a wee bit of clarity just around the various allocations. So the first three, if you like, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, total the £1 million being asked for. And no objection to the old school Lockerbie being included. I'm fully supportive of that project. But in terms of 2.6, to allocate the 250k from the Town Centre projects budget, I think I ended up getting in a bit of a bother here when I was reading it, because my general rule of thumb would be words go in rows, numbers go in columns. And sometimes when you're trying to explain in the narrative what the figures are, you end up getting confused. So I think, and Jamie can correct me if I'm wrong, 2.2's actually talking about 500k from the 2023-24 fund, reference paragraph 3.7.2, I think, because 3.7.1 actually talks about a 500k allocation from last year's money to support town centre projects. I think that could probably helpfully be named town centre projects there, probably means town centre living fund, town centre regeneration. And the 2.6 refers to town centre projects, but I don't think it means the same thing as the town centre projects referenced there, if that makes sense to the report author. So I think there's maybe a wee bit just about the phraseology, because maybe we could just sense check that. I think I get that there's a separate fund that's been allocated from last year to town centre projects, but it actually is referenced in the report in relation to another project, if that makes sense. So I'm just sort of wondering, maybe it'd be helpful if it was in a table just to say, that's for that, that's for that, that's for that. It totals $1 million, that's from this year. This is another call, you know. So I just found a couple of wee issues there. I'm just wondering if that's maybe helpful feedback, or if I'm just being dense. Thank you, Chair.
I think the level of detail you're asking for is absolutely appropriate, but and then talking about future reports, and we see that in the table, the actual figures. Yep. So Jamie, if you could answer that, please.
Yeah, thanks, and happy to try and provide additional clarity at the moment, obviously verbally and in future reports. So in terms of the council tax on second homes budget, obviously the amount we collect on an annual basis varies. It has in recent years been in the region of around 1.3 million. And obviously we're looking at the Town Centre Living Fund as one use of up to £1 million of that if agreed by members. But the previous report on the scheme of assistance did also make allocations of funding from council tax on second homes, as well as the council's own general budget. So in total, the allocation or the income that's received is allocated on an annual basis. And we do obviously need to be taking a close eye on the amount of funding that is collected and review that on an ongoing basis. We work very closely with our colleagues on council tax just to manage that process. In terms of the clarity around the funding awards, what the report is looking to both allocate £500,000 from the 2023-24 Town Centre Living Fund for the delivery of town centre projects in 23-24, but also it's seeking to agree an allocation of £250,000 from that 23-24 project to support the old school in Lockerbie. The reason for doing that is that project is looking to progress fairly soon, but also the budget for each financial year, particularly as town centre projects go, is coming under greater demand at all times with the rising construction costs. So this figure, if members were to agree it, would leave an allocation of £250,000 for the rest of the 23-24 Town Centre Living Fund, Town Centre project. Sorry, I'm confusing myself now, so I can understand the clarity required.
Thank you, Stephen. You comfortable?
Thank you. So no, and I think that illustrates maybe my point. But so the 500k were allocated from the Town Centre Living Fund. Presumably the 500k from the 2022-23 fund, which is referenced in 3.7.1 on page 78, that's just historical information, I'm guessing, because what we're talking about is the 23-24 allocation, and we're saying let's allocate 500k, and then later on in the report of that 500k we're allocating 250k. Yeah, so but it doesn't actually say it in such a simple way as what I've just tried to put out there. So I think that's really just what I'm getting at in terms of the legibility of the report. And I'm conscious as well, if we're getting 1.3 million council tax from second homes, there's a report later on that also refers to an award from that same fund, which is why I'm conscious it'd be good to know just what that total figure is that we're allocating from, so we don't burst the budget on it. I'm sure we won't, but it'd be helpful to know if we're taking £1 million from that now, and then later on in this agenda there's another 250k, I think it is maybe, or another sum. Are we still within the budget for this year? So it's just to check that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sounds like we've still got 50k discrepancy, but Jamie will answer that.
Yeah, thanks. So obviously in terms of that budget, it's monitored very closely, as all budgets are done by council officers. We keep a very close eye on the resources. The funding that comes in for council tax on second homes, and also it should say it's the long-term empty properties discount as well that goes into this fund. So the figure of 1.3 million referenced is an example of what's been collected recently, but we do keep a very close eye on an annual basis and more regularly in terms of managing that budget. But because that funding is ring-fenced for affordable housing purposes, we can carry that over into new financial years. So if there is underspending one year, that will be rolled over into the next financial year, and we'll look to recommend to members how that's utilised appropriately. So the funding allocations that are being recommended to members today across the 3 different reports are all within the scope of the current budget, and we will obviously keep a very close eye on matters as they go forward, and that will be reflected in future reports to our members as required.
Thanks for that, Jamie. Councillor Thompson's content with that, he's saying. So, Councillor Howie, Ian, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. It's picking up the baton from Jane Maitland. It was a bone of contention for her, really, if it could be established where the revenue is generated from and the percentage, how it's distributed, as you're talking about yourself, Chair, but equity throughout the region. But as I say, if it would be possible, Jamie, in future reports, if we could establish where the funding is actually generated from per, perhaps districts, as we used to have them, per councils.
If I'm understanding you right, then Ian, it's so if there's a lot of money coming from a rural area, that money should be spent in a rural area, is maybe what you're driving at?
Or perhaps more effluent than it is at present. So, yeah.
I think we've had that before, Jamie, but Jamie, do you want to answer?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Howie. I'm more than happy to look to include that in future reports. I'll speak to council tax colleagues around breaking down where that income is coming from as part of a housing need and demand assessment that we have recently just began a procurement process to carry out. We will be looking to identify where the majority of second homes are and also long-term empty properties based on the different housing market areas. But if the members would like to see that on a district-by-district basis, we can certainly look to include that in future reports.
Sounds good to me. Is the housing market areas okay? Yeah. As broad as that? Yeah, because I think Jane used to often say was, if it comes from Stewartry, it should get spent in Stewartry. And that was her philosophy, if I remember correctly. No, thank you for that, Councillor Howie. Councillor Slater, you're next. David.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This 500k Town Centre Living Fund, if you have several empty shops, could money from the fund be used by one owner, or will there be restrictions on applications so that the fund is more spread out within a town? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Jamie?
So in terms of empty properties, the £300,000 allocation I'm taking Councillor Slater is referring to that's eligible for empty properties. And the allocations from that fund, they are dealt with as an officer discretion, unless they are for a total sum of over £50,000. Now, what we will obviously look to do is work with property owners from throughout the region. We have projects in Stranraer right through to the east of the region, and we will certainly take account of the fact that we don't want to allocate all the funding into one area. There is a balance with making sure that we have deliverable projects, but at this time we certainly wouldn't say that there's been any projects that have taken all the funding into one area.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thanks, David. Thanks, Jamie. I have no further speakers. For what I can see, I'll just do a double check. No, so I read out the recommendations earlier. Can we agree them as read out? I don't think anybody's coming in to look to change anything at all. Points of clarity. Thank you. That's item number 10 this time. I'll get it right. It's an update on the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, and community-led local development funds. So, excuse me. The purpose of this report is to provide elected members with a further update on the UK Shared Prosperity Fund for Dumfries and Galloway, and seeks agreement to explore alternative delivery arrangements for 23-24, and it's also to report to elected members with an update on the Scottish Government community-led local development fund, including the outcomes of the award of funding determined by the local action group established for this purpose as required by the Scottish Government. So looking at recommendations that the decisions we look to take, we look to note at 2.1, the update on the UK Council, on the Council's UK Shared Prosperity Fund delivered as detailed in section 3.1. 2.2 is to agree to delegate the Head Economy and Development the submission of the requested credible plan, in inverted commas, to UK Government for the use of funding during 23-24, including 100% of the award for 22-23 just received from the UK Government. 2.3 is to note the update on the Scottish Government's community-led local development fund as detailed in section 3.2, including the outcomes from the local action group. As I've just read out, I suppose, assessment and award of funding to projects summarised in the appendix. And 2.4 is to delegate to the Head of Economy and Development to explore alternative delivery arrangements for any excuse me, any future funding through the Scottish Government Community-Led Local Development Fund, working with the local partners as outlined in paragraphs 3.2.7 and 2.5 to agree to receive an update to the next meeting on both funds. So I'm looking for hands first, see if there's any hands. Councillor Thompson is first on this one. Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so couple of things here. If we go back, obviously we had a report in September about the community-led local development fund, or community-led vision fund, I think it then became. And in here it talks about December being a date when the capital element of that was officers reported back to the Scottish Government to say we'll not be using that. So effectively the 650k or whatever it was became 450. So that's noted in the report. I'm just conscious as well that this combines reports on two different funding sources. And I know there's maybe reasons why it sort of makes sense to maybe bring things together, but sometimes it's good to keep things separate. I noticed in the minute we agreed to note the report that was only referencing the UK Shared Prosperity Fund in January, but it would have been helpful maybe in January to get an update on that decision by officers to report back to the Scottish Government that we weren't going to need the 200k capital or be able to spend it. And it could have been combined in that report in the same way as it is here. So I'm just sort of thinking, because at the time it was getting communication from third sector D&G about the 660k, and there seemed to be, I'm just concerned there was maybe a lack of transparency about that, because we did seem to, it turned out no in December, but I don't think elected members knew, and we were fielding comments from organisations wondering how we were going to deliver the 600 odd K community-led local development fund, and what process that would take, given the very short time frame for local groups when we advertised the fund at the start of January with a closing date at the end of January. So had we known then what officers knew in December, that the 200k capital wasn't available, we could maybe have couched our responses and messages and support a bit more accurately. So I'm just wondering, is that something we need to reflect upon, and could we maybe get a better understanding as to why members weren't informed at the time? Thank you.
Thank you. I think Lynn's leading this today, Lynn Burgess. But I mean, go back to the way they're being presented. I suppose that's just something that can be sort of brought up. I really have to look at the previous administration in regards to today's meetings. But from here on, we'll try and address any of these particular issues that you've brought up, Stephen.
Yes, so it's specifically just about the notification in December from officers of the Scottish Government about the capital, because that certainly didn't come before members. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll ask Lynn to address that just on the, how they're joined together, talking about Lynn. And Steve will pick up. Is it Steve, are you picking up?
Chair.
Sorry, go on, Lynn, then Steve, or whoever. I'm getting confused.
We're fighting over who's going to answer this
Steve,
one.
go on then. Steve's got the mic. Thanks, Lynn. Steve's got
it. Yeah, as Councillor Thompson says, in the run-up to the end of December, we were notified by Scottish Government that we had to be clear with them as to how much of the capital allocation as well as the revenue allocation we would be physically able to spend, bearing in mind the fund's requirements around procurement and so on. And as part of our normal approach to programme management, we advised Scottish Government that we were not in a position to be able to confirm that we could spend that allocation. That was quite important because the information that they provided us with indicated that our performance in spending or notifying of underspends would be taken into account in future years' allocations. So there was, from our perspective, no point in essentially making a promise that we couldn't deliver in terms of the capital element of the scheme, and instead that we needed to focus the very limited resources that we had on working with our third sector partners to deliver the revenue element of the fund. And certainly going forward, as Councillor Thompson has said, I think we will bring separate reports on these funds, as probably was just a convenience this time around to put the two together, bearing in mind one's a Scottish Government fund, one's a UK Government fund, and they do have very different criteria attached to them. So we'll certainly in future report progress and updates on those independently, and today's report provides that update on the use of the CLLD funds, and in particular highlights the fact that the remaining revenue funds were successfully allocated through the local action group when it met in February, Chair.
Thanks. Stephen, are you?
Yeah, I mean, that addresses that for now, but we can certainly follow things out with the committee. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, and thanks, Steve. Where am I? Can't read me in writing. Richard Brodie, sorry, that's who it is. Thank you. Councillor Brodie, Richard.
Thanks, Chair. Just like I'd make a tribute to Councillor Graham Forster, who passed away. He was a real character in the council, and you don't get many of those. He and Willie Scobie were a formidable team, and all the councillors present will remember that. Going back to the agenda, though, obviously we discussed the Sheer Prosperity Fund and the CLLD Fund at the last meeting, and despite the tight timescales, community organisations show their appetite to improve their communities and applied in great numbers to this sport and to this programme, and I think it will benefit communities. We also talked about lack of capacity in the council to oversee these grant programmes, and we're talking here about outsourcing the future grant funding. I would like to consider that this is an opportunity to build our capacity in the council to make sure that we can make best use of grants in Dumfries and Galloway. We're obviously going to pay other organisations to pay for this work, and it may be better that that money is spent in the council to develop that capacity. Because obviously we will depend on whoever we appoint to oversee it to be professional. But any mistakes in this process, it will come back on us, and we'll get if the system doesn't run smoothly and professionally, then we will get the flak on that. I've got personal experience of working with COVID funders from the Scottish Government, appointed people to run the schemes, but they were terribly run, and there were lots of complaints about it. So, like, consider a response on that. Obviously, what's the capacity of what local organisations in Dumfries and Galloway to run these things, and can we get a guarantee that if it does go outsourced, that the jobs will remain in Dumfries and Galloway to run this?
Chair, thank you. And in response to Councillor Brodie's questions there, first of all, the term outsourcing is probably not quite accurate in terms of what the intent here is around the delivery options for the CLLD fund going forward. So in our discussions with Scottish Government and some of our counterparts in other council areas that have been delivering the CLLD fund, it became apparent that there is some flexibility around how CLLD can be delivered locally, and bearing in mind some of the issues and challenges that we encountered in terms of resourcing the CLLD fund, but also that it's very clear that that fund should be community-led and community-driven. There seems to be an opportunity for Scottish Government to award the CLLD fund directly to another local partner. Under those circumstances, what would happen is that partner would become accountable directly to the Scottish Government for the delivery of that fund. With regard to the Shared Prosperity Fund, we are currently in the process of building capacity. That being a 3-year programme, we've been able to put in place arrangements to ensure that we've got sufficient capacity to manage and oversee that programme over the remaining 2 years of the programme. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Steve. Richard, are you okay with that?
I'll listen to what other people got to say and maybe come back. Okay.
Thank you. So, Archie, I apologise if I missed you out. I think I did. And if I did, it's you next, Archie. Councillor Ferguson, Scobie, Marshall and Hislop. Archie.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I would echo Councillor Brodie's words for Graham Foster. He was well known, as you're aware, from the West, but he was also larger than life character in the Labour group when he was there, and obviously condolences to his wife and family at this sad time. He was a good friend to a lot of the Labour councillors over the years, and we had a lot of fun with him, and it's a sad day. Just coming back to the project itself, and I'm pleased to see the range of projects that are actually being involved here, but I do have a concern, and it's perhaps something that officers can help me with. And obviously the usual place was unsuccessful in the bids here, but they are finding it quite difficult to get some funding to remain, and they are an award-winning organisation. I'm just wondering if there's any support that can be given to the usual place here.
Whoever feels the best suited to answer, it's you, Steve.
So just a couple of points, Chair, in response to that. First of all, these decisions were decisions that were taken by the local action group, and unfortunately they were not able to support every single project that came forward, so the fund itself was oversubscribed, so they did have to do some prioritisation, but certainly we're aware of some of the issues that particular project is facing, and we have had some conversations with them about what support could be provided, looking at other aspects of their operation. I know that we work closely with them, for example, through employability and skills delivery, but there are various options, and we are continuing conversations with them, Chair.
Thank you. Hopefully that satisfies your question there, Archie, in regards to the potentially extra support.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. It's partly been covered here, actually, and I just maybe get Steve to confirm if I picked them up correctly. The different funds and different criteria were intending to report on them separately. Is that? I think that's what Steve said. In that case, that answers half of my question, so that's fine. Thank you. And thank you for that. Just the other thing, it's again to prove I read my papers fully, but 3.2.3, it's again back to the future moment here, because it's apparently was submitted on the 1st of July 2023. Now I'm assuming that's a typo. So maybe you can tidy that up, that paragraph up, before we have it in the annals for posterity.
Clarity on that.
I've probably read that sentence myself a dozen times and not noticed that typo, so yeah, we will pick that up and correct it. Thanks.
Thank you. So that'll be amended accordingly. Councillor Scobie, Willie, it's your turn.
Really just to thank the members for their kind words, and I will pass those on to his wife, and I'm sure it will give her some comfort in her great loss. Just on the points being made by Stephen, and it was a very tight timeline, in as much as that the applications only went out in been successful in September. And that, the consideration was given on the 8th of February at a meeting of which I attended. That was the local action group. And it has to be said, and I'm sure Lynn will confirm this, that it came as surprise when those who attended from third sector and who have been selected to serve in the local action group were surprised to hear that the capital part of that was not included when they actually sat down to disperse of that money. But it's really, my question is around, given that was the 8th of February when we decided, then we notified all the successful applicants and the money was fully used up, that it only gave them to the 31st of March to spend the money. And my question is, if there is any possibility of them not being able to utilise the monies to the full by the end of March, could they, through your good self as chair, write to the Scottish Government and ask for a carryover of that, given the very short period of time that was allocated, or the 465,000, notwithstanding what the third sector was surprised to hear that capital fund available to them.
Well, I would have to take advice in regards to the merits of what you just said there. It's no a competency thing in real terms, but I need to understand, if I was writing as chair of this committee to the Scottish Government, to get that ask in real terms, then I'd have to make sure that that was competent of me to do so. But Steve Rogers.
Chair, thanks very much. Yeah, Councillor Scobie, the point that's raised there about the challenge of meeting the year-end funding, this was picked up following the previous committee meeting, and a letter went from the previous chair to Scottish Government, just raising that exact point about whether there is any potential for year-end flexibility to be applied, given some of the timescale challenges that Councillor Scobie just referred to there. So I can confirm that a reply has just been received. So I will arrange for that to be circulated. But in essence, they're saying that because of Treasury and financial regulation rules, that there doesn't appear to be any scope to apply flexibility.
Willie?
Yeah, Chair, I'm sure a further letter from yourself wouldn't accepting what Steve's saying, that they have replied. But it was a very, that's, you know, we're almost talking about anything between the 10th of February and the 31st of March, which made it extremely difficult for any local, any third sector organisation to try and spend that money. It really is predicated on, should we get word back that they couldn't, any of the third sector successful groups can't spend that money, it's really predicated on that, that we maybe want to write again so that we don't lose that money to the region, given that we already were down by the 166,000 on capital spend.
Thanks, Willie. Sean, I have actually got you noted as being next, but Councillor Hagman's come in, and if it's on the same point, Katie, I'll maybe let you speak to that.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's just to confirm my opening remarks. I did confirm that that letter was in fact written, and I'm just checking it was sent on the 9th of February. So perhaps if the response has been received, and that's really welcome to get that back, perhaps that my letter can be included in there just so members have full sight.
Okay, fine, thanks. And I think Steve's agreed to, or assured us that he'll share that with the members. Sean, it's you next.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chair. Yeah, can I first of all just say as well, I too am deeply saddened by the news, of Graham as a former councillor, a friend, a one-off character really, and one of the class along myself of 1999 and Ivor. So it's really sad. And I was only asking a couple of weeks ago with Willie, I was asking him to pass on my best wishes to Graham. So it's very sad. On to the report. I think a couple of members have mentioned it, but I think the one thing we have to ensure going forward is that we actually ensure that when we do get funding, we spend it all. And it's clear as well that there has been an issue with regards to dedicated administration resource for these funds that come in. I would, as in 2.4, I would welcome, exploring all the different avenues, and that includes local partners, etc. Because with the CLLD, I think there's an administration charge included in that going forward. But I think we have to learn lessons from, the council have kind of stood down resource for leader funds and that before that. So I think we need some consistency going forward, because I think we'll get lots of different funds coming into the council, and it's imperative that we ensure that those are fully spent. I've got no problem with 2.4, and when it says in 3.27, I think the last part of that, that if we agree to 2.4, then the options will be explored by officers and they would report back to elected members with options and recommendations. I do feel, however, that 2.5 needs strengthened, and I would propose that in 2.5 to take out agree at the start, but to put in to receive an update to the next meeting of this committee on both funds with options and recommendations for the committee to agree. I think it's important. I know it says it within the narrative in the report, but I think it needs to be clearly spelled out that, you know, whatever options come forward, it's up to members to agree those processes in place. And really just on that, Chair, just probably, I know you announced the recommendations at the start, but it's probably best taking the recommendations if there is any changes after the debate. It's a bit like the press release going out this morning before the committee has met. So it's just a suggestion going forward. It would probably quicken up the meeting.
Thank you. Sure, I mean, I've no issue at all with the change at recommendation 2.5. We've agreed it in with an assurance that we'd see them separately anyways. And the reason I'm reading them at the beginning is try and speed the process up, and it seems to be working up now when compared to the first 2 or 3 items. But we'll see how it goes. Just its fingers in, dip my toe in the water, so to speak. We'll see how it goes. So I've got Councillor Hizzard up, then yourself, Stephen, coming at the end. Ivor?
Thank you, Chair. It's with regard to the CLLD fund. I, along with Councillor Johnson, attended a Lorburn Community Council the other night, and they had concerns with regard to the fact they hadn't got funding for this, and they didn't know how to get in contact with the team to see where they missed out in the sort of scoring, if there was anything they could do to improve. So is there any way an officer could maybe either forward to myself or to the Community Council a link so that they could look at or they could contact the team to see if there's advice they could give them to look at future applications if they need to do something?
Steve, it's just yourself left on this one, I think.
Chair, yeah, certainly we'll follow that. Just to be clear that all applicants, whether they were successful or unsuccessful, were advised of that in writing with a point of contact detailed. So, but we'll certainly follow that up offline.
I think the point was it was just an email from the CLLD team. I think we're looking for a specific name so they could get back to them. That was their kind of concern.
Yeah, we'll certainly take that forward, Chair.
Thanks, Ivor. So we'll get a person at the end of that particular call. So, Councillor Thompson, I think you'll be the last person on this one. Stephen, you want to come back in?
Thanks, Chair. It's just if you're thinking about writing another letter, I'm just conscious the previous Chair had written a letter on the 9th of February. I don't know, I can't recall if that included asking if the capital could be carried over as well, given that internally we already knew that we weren't going to be having the capital, but evidently it subsequently became a surprise to not just elected members but other groups that that capital element wasn't there. So I'm just thinking, can we build on the back of that original letter asking that if subsequent funds could have a carryover for both revenue and capital? And I don't know if we did that for the capital, but maybe officers can provide that clarity in the first letter that went out. Because obviously we knew about it or had known for a couple of months by then. So if you are writing again, just to strengthen that representation from the council, just to say, can you look at ways to carry this over, given the difficulty sometimes in you could have allocated the funds, for example, it might not physically get spent within that financial year, but there's often good reasons for that. So just to see if there's any flexibility at all on both capital and revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Can maybe pick that up offline unless you want to, if you've got any further information. I don't know, it's Steve or Lorna who would have the information. Steve?
No, we can certainly pick that up if it's decided that you wish to write a further letter, Chair. We can advise on that.
Thank you, guys. So I don't suppose we had decided that at this point. Andy?
I think Steve mentioned actually Treasury rules at one stage. That's UK government, not Holyrood. So are we writing to both?
I'm not exactly sure what the letter. I haven't seen the letter that was written, and that's why I'm a wee bit vague in regards to. Okay, there may well be a second one. Ultimately, that decision will be made after the meeting, I would think, rather than now. But the content is obviously observed. We can take on board what's being said, but I have to understand. I have to see the letter, see the response, and fully understand that myself in regards to writing a further letter. Yep. Okay, Stephen.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, I'm happy to support if the committee is so minded to, if you were minded to write a letter, that'd be really helpful. I think people can accept not getting a result or an outcome, but they don't like missing an opportunity. So if the opportunity is there to ask for an extension to capital and revenue funding, and we've done it before, we can certainly build on that again. And if you're willing to do that with the backing of the committee, and hopefully members would be happy to support that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, happy to do that, Stephen. Yep. Don't see any further members. Sean's and Katie's. Katie, you've spoke, I think, haven't you? Oh no, Willie's in, is he? Willie, you've just put your hand up. Go on, we'll come to a conclusion. No, Willie?
Yeah, it's really just to support and hope. Yeah, to support and hope you would write a further letter, not only on the revenue, so maybe an equity, but that's, as I said, predicated on anyone who has not been able to fully use the monies that have been allocated to them. So maybe third sector could give us that information, or as close to that information as possible. And then there's the other side in terms of the capital. So supporting what Stephen's saying and writing to government, let it be see if we can carry that or use that in future year. 23-24 for the capital spend.
Thank you. So more than willing to do that, well, as I said earlier with Stephen there, but subject to just need points of clarity, and if it's appropriate, then it'll be done and reported back to this committee. Thank you. I don't think I have any further speakers. So subject to an amendment at 2.5, as Councillor Marshall put forward, which I'm well and comfortable with. I know there's been notes taken off that. You agree with recommendations as read previously, subject to that further amendment? Okay, thank you very much. Item number 11. The purpose of this report is to provide an update on progress on securing external funding from the second round of UK Government's Levelling Up Fund and from the 10th round of the Scottish Government's Regeneration Capital Grant Fund for projects within the Economic Development Capital Programme. The report seeks agreement to provide grant funding to Stranraer Water Sports Association from available balances allocated to this project within the Economic Development Capital Programme agreed by this committee in June 22. And it also seeks agreement to award a grant from the community-led economic regeneration framework to support early pipeline development work to be undertaken by a community group in Langham. As per the decision we're looking to make, it's outlined in paragraph 2. 2.1 is to note the outcome of the bids to the UK Government Levelling Up Fund second round in brackets and the progress updates for the 3 projects that within the Reactivating Galloway project as detailed in paragraphs 3.2 to 3.3. 2.2 agree to award a further tranche of grant up to £250,000 to Stranraer Water Sports Association from the allocation of project match funding within the economic development asset class to fund further development of the Stranraer Water Sports Hub project and accelerate it towards tender readiness as detailed in paragraph 3.3.1. 2.3 is to note, and that is that the feedback from the UK Government on the unsuccessful joint bid to the Levelling Up Fund for the Three Rivers active tourism project has not been received, and that updates will be provided at a further meeting of this committee once clarification has been provided. See as per paragraph 3.4. 2.4 is to note the outcome of the bid to the Scottish Government's Regeneration Capital Fund 23-24 round 10 for the Lockerbie Old School Wellbeing and Enterprise Centre as per paragraph 3.5, and 2.5 is to agree to award a grant of £16,244 from available balances in the community-led economic regeneration framework, CLERF, to Langham Alliance to fund early pipeline work associated with the Langham Old School project as detailed in paragraph 3.8. So, looking at that, I'm looking for members if we've got any potential questions. Councillor Thompson's got his hand up, so Stephen, if you can kick off, then I'll see what's in the chat.
Thanks, Chair. It was just actually on the Levelling Up Fund bid for the regional transport project, which I don't think we've got any update yet on what feedback on that bid? Because obviously that wasn't successful. It was one of the 3 bids that we were sort of part of. Is there any update on that we can share with committee members at the moment? Thank you.
Thanks, Lorna.
We've had no feedback on the transport bid at all yet, and obviously the UK government were assessing that with the Department of Transport. There was other parts of government involved in that assessment, so we haven't had that back. When it does come back, it probably go to Communities Committee in terms of their delegation, Stephen, but we haven't had anything back.
Thanks for that. Councillor Brodie. Richard, are you on in?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so it's on the 11 up bid. Obviously, Annan Harbour were partners with the council in putting in a bid for about £12 million, and obviously devastating for Annan and the group that was putting a partner there. They've put a lot of resources into help develop the bid, and they've depleted a lot of their financial resources to make sure that the bid was done to high standard. At the last meeting, the chair and the vice chair were kind enough to give an assurance that the council will help us to take this bid to the next level. Just seeking assurance for you, chair, that you will also support that bid. Obviously, we're waiting for feedback because we're quite in the dark why the bid wasn't successful, and seeking assurance for you that you'll support this, chair, and that once we've got the feedback in from the 11 up bids, that we can maybe meet with the leader and local members to discuss the way forward to support the project.
Thank you. I'm certainly, as chair, like Richard has previously with the previous chairs, more than happy to support, but Lorna's wanting to come in.
Maybe ask Stuart to come in a second, but we have had some initial feedback from government on the Three Rivers bid, the active tourism project, but we have follow-up organised through the lead officers with UK government officials to delve deeper into that, and we should be in a position to bring that forward to members shortly. Just to remind members, that was a tripartite bid with Scottish Borders Council and South Lanarkshire Council as well, so we're involving officials for their specific projects as well, and we'll be able to give that feedback shortly.
You okay with that, Richard?
Yeah, if we could have a meeting when that information is available, chair, would that be possible to the director and yourself and other local members?
Yep, there's no reason why not, Richard. We could discuss that offline and get that organised. Yep. Thank you. Councillor Scobie, Willie?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, and there's always disappointment. I can understand Richard's disappointment on that one, but I have thanked the team, the officials, on the success in being able to secure over £17 million. It's really looking at that, and we got again a feedback or a briefing session on Friday, and it's around the projects that we've got, particularly the George Hotel, where it's some 13 million, I believe it was, and that we are able to project manage this, because we have to spend it within the 2-year period, as I understand, and that's to be welcomed as well, because it gets rid of the eyesore in the centre of town in Stranraer. But it's really to seek, and I would hope that we will be provided with a timescale for the spend of that money over that 2-year period to its completion date, hopefully before the 2-year date. But it's to get that, and so that we can monitor progress, can see the progress. And I know Stuart was going to be speaking to the library, and I believe he has done so, or the community centre at the library, so that people can see the progress. But we need, and I would hope the committee were asking for it in terms of a timescale for that whole spend. It's an adventurous project, as indeed the waterfront is as well, and I'm sure Dalbeatie's the same. But we do need timescales so that we can see that progress is being made, and that we have got the capacity to project manage all of these projects, and we're not going to see any slippage on them if we've only got that very tight window of 2 years. So my request is, Chair, for the committee to ask as a matter of urgency for timescale on these projects.
Yeah, thank you. That doesn't sound like an issue to me, Wally. Look for him to respond to that, so we'll get that organised. We'll make sure that happens. Probably speak to you after this meeting anyways, Wally. Archie, I haven't forgotten about you. I got you noted down. Maybe I put you in the wrong order again, but Archie, Councillor Dryburgh, you're next.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm sure you will forget me at some stage in the later life and all that, but I'll try and make it as hard as possible for you to forget me. Just a comment, Chair, more than a question, and I'm really pleased to see the Clare funding coming through for the Langham Alliance. There has been a lot of hard work in Langham over the recent months to get community organisations to actually work together on moving their plan forward as well. So I'm really pleased to see it, and I want to thank officers for that. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Archie. Councillor Johnson, Malcolm.
Thanks, Chair. It's to do with the Stranraer Water Sports Hub, page 94. I'm pleased to see we've got a memorandum of understanding between the Water Sports Hub and the Marina project. How is this being taken forward, and is it going to potentially go as far as perhaps shared facilities, or are we still having two very, very separate facilities down there? Because there is an awful lot of commonality between the two, and I think it would probably make sense if there was a bit of a combination.
Who wants to answer that one? Steve's coming in.
Happy to.
Sorry.
Chair, as chair of the project board for this particular project, we've had an ongoing engagement with SWSA, and we are working with them, and the two design teams will be working together to explore exactly what Councillor Johnson has just outlined there, opportunities to share facilities.
Thank you. You okay with that? Yep. You have to be quick off the mark, Stuart, in this committee. Steve's ready and ready to go at any opportunity, I think. So I don't see. I don't think I've got anybody else in, but Richard, I'm not sure. Your hand came back up. If that was you coming back in or not?
No, it's just a legacy, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Right, as I read out recommendations earlier, we're comfortable to agree then and move on. Yep. Item number 12. We're on now. Lockside Collaborative Regeneration Project update. I think Jamie's back for this. He is. So the purpose of this report is to provide elected members with an update on the Lockside Collaborative Regeneration Project. The report also requests an allocation of funding to support the delivery of a community-led master plan for the area. As outlined 2.1, 2.2. 2.1 is to note the update on the Lockside Transformational Regeneration Area Collaborative Regeneration proposal is detailed in section 3.7 of the report, and agree to allocate £125,000 from the council tax and second homes budget to Wheatley Homes South to support the delivery of a community-led master plan for the Lockside area as per paragraph 3.7.10. So, Jamie, do you have any to add to this report? Now, maybe it looks like we've got a local member trying to come in, but Jamie?
Thanks, Chair. No, nothing further to add to the report, and happy to take questions.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Thanks very much. I'm actually really pleased to see this start to gather ahead of steam here. I think we've already had one briefing session with Jamie was online with some of the Wheatley staff who came to the bridge and met local councillors. Pleased to see that, because it was something I'd raised before. We could do a bit more of that engagement. There's only one, and it's no criticism, it's a bit of negativity, is we're really needing to be honest with the people that we're working with, i.e. the public, the tenants, about the timescales. Because I'm getting stopped in the street and asked this, when am I getting my new house? Right? Because they're getting letters from Wheatley telling them all about this, but there's nobody telling them it's got to be 3, 5, 6, 7, whatever number of years down the road it's going to be. So it's the only piece of negativity in this whole thing, and it could be addressed very simply, just be changing the narrative a wee bit and being absolutely honest with people that this is a long-term plan, not a short-term plan.
Thank you. That sounds like a comment more than anything. Right, no thanks for that, Councillor Ferguson. Archie, Councillor Dryburgh, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and I really look forward to seeing the project getting updated as the as Andy says, as the months and years go forward, and this is a long-term plan. It isn't a short-term plan, but it's to rejuvenate an area of Dumfries, hopefully, and get those 20-minute neighbourhoods in place and things like that. It's just a question for maybe earlier on, Jamie, regarding the council tax for second home budget. That's £125,000 that you've asked for this one. Does that mean that there's now only left £125,000 in that budget now for future allocation?
Thanks, Councillor Driver. So in terms of allocation, 125,000, the budget that's available will cover these fundings, including the other two reports that have been presented to members today. As I say, we do keep a very close eye on that budget. It's expected that the successful spending or allocation of these funding will utilise the full budget for 23-24. But if the collection rates increase or there are any additional monies, then we would come back to members to make recommendations for funding that is available at the time.
So is that a yes or a no?
It's as I say, it's on the basis of the expected income that's generated. At the moment, I would say it's a yes. We'd be hopeful that there'd be additional income received into this fund, or I certainly would from the perspective of affordable housing. But at the moment, it's expected that this will fully utilise the funding for 23-24, and that there won't be any additional funding available.
Okay, cheers.
Thank you for that, Councillor Marshall. Ben Johnston.
Thanks, Chair. I think in line with what Councillor Ferguson is saying as well, I mean, there's a process we have to go through, but I think, again, it looks as though maybe in the recommendations we probably maybe need to add one if we reflect on what's said in 3.7.12, and it's particularly obviously there's an initial master plan. It's scheduled to be produced by July 2023, but that will allow further engagement. But we've got some timescales in there about the refined master plan being available by December 2023 and submission to the council to consider adoption as part of the local development plan with a target date of March 2024. So if the committee agrees, I think that merits an additional recommendation that we try and make those timescales. And if for whatever reason we don't meet that, we can review it. But I think having that additional recommendation in with a view of actually getting the E&R committee to determine that by the end of this financial year would be helpful.
Do you want to respond, Jamie?
Yeah, no, more than happy to go with members' recommendations on this. Obviously, Economy and Resources Committee is delegated to consider master plans that are submitted to the council. We can certainly look to target that March 24 date, and we'd be very hopeful of achieving that. That certainly would give an additional impetus while there's a lot of support behind this work. So again, happy to take members' recommendations on this.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Sean, at the appropriate time. Councillor Johnston.
Thanks, Chair. It's same page 100, 3.7.11. The report is seeking members' agreement to allocate a maximum budget of 125,000. The recommendation is to allocate 125,000. So is there any likelihood that it would come in at less than 125,000?
Thanks, Councillor Johnston. So in terms of the estimated costs, we're certainly anticipating that 125,000 would cover 50% of the costs. Wheatley Group work with a framework of contractors who've been able to provide some initial costs for this work. So we are relatively certain that will be met. The reason that the report is highlighting maximum is there is obviously potential for additional pieces of work to be carried out at the discretion of Wheatley Group. So what we're ensuring here is that the council is putting in a fixed sum with no additional resources. Should there be an opportunity for that to be brought down and there be a lower overall cost, then we will certainly look to utilise our power on the basis of the 50% of the costs.
Thank you for that, and I'm quite impressed because you anticipated my follow-up question as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Is that Archie coming in? I know, Archie, you spoke. I suppose when I first seen this, Jamie, I was quite surprised. I thought that's enough money to choke a horse in real terms, because you're looking at 250k, which looks like, on the face of it, you're going out to carry out a public consultation, put a master plan together. Councillor Marshall and I actually did one in the East Rigs, cost £0 on a £2 million project, fair enough smaller than this, but still a reasonable scale. Cause no expense at all to the council, so I just thought, and the same what Malcolm, when we get to recommendations, we'll take on board, I think, what Councillor Johnson said and ask Councillor Marshall to speak, but I just thought it was a lot of money for what we're getting, so I'd be keen to see the detail of that, understand exactly what our 125k, Wheatley Homes House, 125k, and what do we actually get for that, so the architect's fees, surveyors going out to the I suppose the community consultation, so it's like a breakdown of that, Jamie, please.
Yeah, of course, Chair, that's something we can look to provide. There will need to be a number of studies carried out as part of this work that does add to the cost, topographical studies, flood risk assessments. It's a significant piece of work involving a number of different consultants, but we are able to provide that detail at the appropriate time to members if that's something that they would like to see.
Thanks, Jamie. I definitely would like to see that, see just as it goes on, because like I say, it does look a lot. But the obvious question to ask here, and we've asked it in the past, and it's usually we get a good return. So on a level that this type of investment going forward, a number of years still to go ahead. So what kind of return would we get on, say, 125k at the moment? There'll be further investment, sure, through the ship as well. But in Scottish Government, what kind of return do you think would expect to get on a project of this scale?
It's probably hard at this stage to put a quantifiable amount to that return, but we're certainly expecting to see in the realms of multi-million-pound investment being brought into the Lochside area, simply from just the new houses that we'll be considering. There's additional infrastructure that will be brought in as well in terms of green infrastructure, some of the environmental benefits, so some of the strategic outputs from this project will not have a quantifiable figure to them, but will obviously be in support of the council plan. But certainly expecting that a project of this scale with well over 1,000 properties within the Lochside area that we're considering here, and the new build opportunities, that there would be certainly multi-million-pound investment available. And what we would seek to do is, through further updates to committee, is highlight the investment that's been achieved at the appropriate stages. As you mentioned, this is a long-term project, as the investment's not likely to begin until significantly later on in the delivery, but we'll be more than happy to include that detail to members as time progresses.
Thank you. That's just what I wanted to hear. So we'll get future numbers when it comes to that. Then Councillor Ferguson, then we'll go to recommendations.
Okay, thanks. Just a wee bit of clarity for Jamie, if you can. The length of time, well, I suppose I'll prefix that by what funds would be accessed to actually regenerate this area, because there were houses that were knocked down in the main. So is there a problem, or is there I'll be careful what I say here, that the time taken to reach a decision could have an effect on which funds the builders or the housing association could actually access, or include the longer they took, could actually access further funding opportunities. So have we got any indication from them what sort of, we can't use urgency, but it was sort of try to think the right word to use here, but I mean, what thing is, we can't see any dragging their feet, I think, is from anybody in the process. And would we get that reported back to here if we found that was the case? I'm predicating that whole thing on Jamie's answer to, you know, what funds would the house builders have to help them in that house building.
Councillor Ferguson, if you don't mind, Jamie, I'll just add to that. No, I'm only because it's some. I thought went through my mind when I was reading it myself. Yeah. So you've outlined the process. So a bunch of work will get done in real terms at the end of this year. But certainly going into next year, the Local Development Plan 3, that should be formalised, submitted, but it's a level of information contained within that. So picking up on the back of Councillor Ferguson's question here, if it comes to the same conclusion, will there be enough information at that point gathered and submitted that will allow the funds to follow that particular project? So it's shovel ready almost. So when it goes into LDP, it's not just a plan that's been allocated within that particular document, but it goes beyond that. Then the work that's been done before that will have enough information to inform the decision making in regards to funds being allocated.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Ferguson. So, as you've referred to, there is significant impetus behind this project, and we are looking to deliver this over certainly the first stages with a significant amount of priority. In terms of available funding, it will be a case of identifying a number of different sources. The Affordable Housing Supply Programme that's provided by the Scottish Government is set out for this parliamentary period. We're currently in the second year of, or about to, go into the second year of the delivery of that. So we know that funding is allocated to the region on a resource planning assumption basis for the next 4 years. There is also a commitment from the Scottish Government to look at 110,000 affordable homes by 2032. So we would expect that to be backed up with a significant funding budget as well. So that's one of the routes potentially to look at. And obviously on a case-by-case basis, as different projects come forward and different elements of the master plan delivery required, we will be looking to identify the suitable funding that's available at that time. Without being able to say exactly what funding will be available, we will be taking a very strategic approach to that, working with colleagues from across the council, particularly economic development, and to see if there are further opportunities to drive the project forward. Just in terms of the actual delivery of the master plan as well itself, in terms of a master plan, there's not a requirement placed on the master plan to set out funding for the delivery of projects. But that's certainly supplementary information we can look to provide to members at the appropriate stage. And there will be a phasing within the master plan of the delivery of the project. Some work may come forward imminently, and some of it be phased for later stages, depending on infrastructure constraints and delivery and the requirements of the local community as well. So we will keep members briefed on all these matters throughout the process.
Thanks for that, Jamie. Councillor Ferguson looks content, but I'll give him a chance to come in. He's got to take it offline with you. But I do. This is with the points I made earlier in regards to potential housing subcommittee. If obviously further discussion and such like, this is the perfect conversations for that type of setting, I would feel, where you get into a high level of information. So, taking into account what Councillor Johnson said earlier, so recommendation 2.1, just for noting, so it's taken as a given, I take it. 2.2 up to, allocate up to 125 is what your suggestion, Malcolm? Yep. So if we can agree with that slight adjustment, so it's a maximum and it's up to, so it may well be less. And Sean, Councillor Marshall, you wanted to come in with a 2.3, I think.
Yeah, 2.3 based on the information in 3.7.12 and to actually add focus to getting the master plan by the end of 2023-24. Along the words of to receive a report by the end of 2023-24 of the refined master plan for the council to consider it being adopted as part of the local development plan.
3, we'll just add to that then. Spot on. That sounds good to me, and I think we've agreed that procedurally in real terms anyways, but nothing wrong with solidifying that, by the way of writing it down in 2.3. Happy to support that, members. Everybody else? Yep, the same, so we see that it's absolutely sure. That degree of certainty. Item number 13. Developing a shared action plan with Dumfries and Galloway Youth Council. The purpose of this report is it presents the proposed actions from the joint meeting of the full council and the Dumfries and Galloway Youth Council, which relate to service areas delegated to the Economy and Resources Committee. Members are asked to consider the proposed actions and information and how these could be progressed if supported. I'll go back to recommendations. To 2.1, we're being asked to note the proposed actions from the joint meeting of the full council, Dumfries and Galloway. Youth Council on 3rd November 22, including the appendix. 2.2 is to consider the proposed actions related to service areas delegated to economy resources at section 3.2, and 2.3 is subject to consideration of 2.2 above. Review the suggested way forward on each proposed action and approve the next steps summarised at 3.3. So I'm looking at the report author. It says James McDowell. I'm sorry, is it? Who's the lead on it? There's James. Aye, spot on. Right, excellent. So we've got James, Paul and others. So anything to add to the report before we go on? I don't see any members coming in yet. Nope, that's shaking the head.
Nothing to add, Chair.
No, thank you. Thanks, James. Thanks, Paul. Any members got any points they want to raise in this? Because something... Questions? Councillor Thompson, then Scobie.
Thanks, Chair. No, I suppose it's just encouraging to see this trail through our committee system following the events where we've engaged with young people, and just to sort of see that their priorities have been properly captured and are getting taken forward. So I think the rollout of Wi-Fi in public buildings is something that members have kind of asked for, but it's taken the voice of youth to actually maybe get it to a stage where it's getting progressed. So hopefully I'm encouraged to see this, so it's good to see that getting followed through and the impact of young people's representation on this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for that. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, not knowing what the intentions are for the administration and whether they're continuing with a structure that was set in place in the last or the previous administration group. I'm just wondering if these are something that should be taken through the Business Bureau to make sure that they are being actioned and that they are being followed up in reports or whatever. And it's something, if that is the way to go forward, if it's the Business Bureau that should be monitoring progress on all the points being made, rather than waiting until next year for the further annual joint meeting with the joint youth council and etc., and maybe just reporting on an annual basis.
Yep, Lorna.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. Just to draw your attention to the position that has been agreed by members is that there'll be a report to full council on all the actions and an update across all the actions from all the service committees. So there is provision already in terms of service committee reporting, but also full council reporting, and that's not reliant on the joint meeting. That's like in a mid-2023 report to full council that youth services within communities will bring forward to members.
Thanks, Lorna. But all I was saying there was that it doesn't preclude the Business Bureau, and if that is the way forward, the Business Bureau keeping an eye that business is being progressed.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Willie. So we have Councillor Dorwood. Linda.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your role. Congratulations to Councillor Ingalls as well. A question, I think it's great, follow up from Councillor Thompson's discussion about Wi-Fi. I think it's fantastic we're following this up. I've read 3.3.2.1 and 3.3.2.2 about 50 times, and I still can't understand it properly. So it's probably more me than anybody else. It's not a complaint about the writer. But just a small question. So it says that Wi-Fi is available in all council facilities, including town halls, libraries and public offices that young people can access, which is fantastic. But what I know from experience from talking to young people is that actually that Wi-Fi isn't always that great in public facilities. So they can't really, you might be able to log on, then you don't get consistent access. So the last bit in 3.3.2.1, I hope I'm making this clear, maybe not. It's as clear as mud to me. It's just my understanding of Wi-Fi. Public Wi-Fi in public libraries, customer service centres is currently provided separately from the rest of the council. And as part of this, there is current provision for booking processes, which isn't a feature of provision required in facilities. Right, I get that. The opportunity to consolidate the offering across council sites is an area that would be examined as part of digital change. So a very simple question for me is, Is the Wi-Fi on offer in public buildings for the public to access part of the digital change process? And if not, will it be? And will the access to Wi-Fi be improved? Thank you.
So that's Lorna's got to answer this.
Thanks, Councillor Dorward. So we do have public Wi-Fi, as it states in the report, within our customer service centres and public libraries. But to access that, understanding is you have to book it. And that is provided separately through those customer service centres from the rest of the wireless provision across all other council estate. So one of the areas we're looking at is a consolidation into one provision, and in doing that, will we replace the Wi-Fi provision across all our other buildings, which is already in the programme, that we would look towards, including the public libraries and customer service centres within that, so that anyone attending any building, public building, could access public Wi-Fi without the need to book as well. So we want to make sure that's universal. And that was one of the points the young people made, was that they want to be able to kind of go into public libraries, customer service centres and other council buildings and be able to use that Wi-Fi without any condition on it or any pre-booking required. So we're looking at the consolidation of the provision across the council estate, but currently that is provided separately. We're looking to consolidate that. Hope that explains a bit better.
Thanks, Lorna. Through you, Chair, it does. That's reassuring. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And don't see anybody else wanting in. Obviously, oh, sorry, Andy, I did annoyed you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Ian. I'm just referring to 3.3.1.1. Now, in principle, I don't think anybody can disagree with that, but I'm a wee bit worried about the local direct support available to young people related to workplace issues, and particularly where information is less accessible. I can understand a bit less accessible, but it's the workplace issues bit. And I'm wondering here, does our public liability insurance actually cover us to deliver that?
I'll maybe bring James in a second. The requests of the young people, and I remember it quite distinctly, was that they felt there was a lot of resources out there for those over 16 who carry out work, paid work, but they wanted to be better equipped in themselves to be able to enter the world of work at a younger age, and know what their rights are and know where they can go to get help. So the request was to work with them to provide support for their development of materials that they can then distribute to young people. So I'm not clear that there would be any public liability issue for us. It's more about providing advice through schools, through youth services, with the youth council, so that young people in the age of 12 to 15 know about the world of work and what they're entitled to. But we can look into those matters if in developing the programme with them. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. I think that's exactly where I was looking, because you need a specific skill to give specific advice on specific issues in terms of employment at whatever age. Right.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that, Andy. So, see, looking forward in order to make our actual decision. So it's 2.1 and 2.2 to note and consider. And it looks like subject to 2.3, subject to the consideration of 2.2. Above, review the suggested way forward in each proposed action and approve the next steps. It's what's the steps? I mean, I looked at 3.3.3.1 and I thought that kind of summarised it for me, unless it doesn't for others. But ultimately, it's a feasibility study, an allocation of funds potentially that have to be allocated to this. We haven't got an open checkbook, so to speak. So I would like to understand, obviously, the financial costs associated to this. It says it should do it within resources. That's getting to a feasibility study. But ultimately, the wider potential financial impact, what does that mean in real terms? But I think for us to help younger people with their aspirations, whether it's free Wi-Fi, a place or in regards to the employability points that they've raised, I think we'd aspire to help them move on in that particular way. But it's working within a structured framework, and obviously there's a cost associated to that. Do you have any indication at all, and from members' point of view, how do you want to take it forward in regards to agreeing? But so I'll ask the question of who's the appropriate to. Lorna, you want to answer?
So just to clarify for members, obviously the proposed actions were to come back to Service Committee for agreement or otherwise. So there's an ask there that we proceed, and we've described how we might proceed in the 3 areas that were allocated to economy and resources. So one is within existing resources to support that, work on a campaign for under-16s employment rights to work with the Youth Council. The Wi-Fi being available on all council facilities is confirmed at previous meetings. There's already an allocation to replace all the wireless units, which will provide for that Wi-Fi in public, so that's already committed funding, so there's no additional resources there. And the creation of dedicated use spaces in the council buildings in Stewardship in Mid and Upper Nithsdale. Paul's team are doing a bit more work on that, and if there was any additionality required, we would bring that back to members for consideration. So we would carry out the feasibility work, and then if there was any costs involved, bring that back for members' consideration.
So from a decision point of view, say subject to condition, to consideration 2.2 above, review the suggested way forward. I think what you've just outlined there sums it up fairly accurately in regards to how we'll take it forward. So we'll see that stuff coming back, and it's at a nil cost at this moment in time, so to speak. Any other members got any other points to agree? No, fine. Are you coming in, Stephen? Are you? Yep.
Yeah, it was just to say. So, just to say, yeah, happy to. I think the way the recommendations are worded is kind of. I mean, it's kind of in there in the report saying this is what we'll do. It's within existing resources, so I'm totally comfortable supporting what's proposed and going forward on that basis. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. That's how I read it, but Lorna obviously put some clarity in regards to that. Thank you. Item number 14, I think we're moving on to now. What's ahead of service 6-monthly assessment, 1st April 22 to 30, it says. I think that's the 3rd of September 22. This is in regards to the Electoral Registration Officer Business Plan 19 to 23. So the purpose of this report is to provide members with the heads of service 6-month assessment of the progress on the delivery of the 19 to 23 business plan for the assessing electoral registration officer for the period 1st April 22 to 30th September 2022. The report also provides more detailed information on health and safety performance. We've been asked at 2.1 to review the 6-month summary of performance, retrospectively obviously, for the assessors and electoral registration officers business plan for the period of 1st April 22 to 30th of September 22, which includes the performance information on health and safety and the management of the risks within the service risk register. Appendix 1, I'll just go straight to recommendations next time. 2.2 is to scrutinise the exception report and consider whether the action proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target as per Appendix 2, and so probably do that methodically, but 2.3 is to agree the proposed amendments to the current business plan, Appendix 3. So 2.1, we can do that openly. We've done it anyways as we've read the reports, I'm sure. We've read through this document. See if we've got Jim with us here. But unless somebody wants to openly scrutinise here. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, just some token scrutiny, Chair. So on page 129, it's got the exception report for the assessors and ERO. I think it's just to do the final milestone and the move to a new corporate solution, which is still to be implemented. And I think there's a suggestion to remove this from the measurements, as it were. But I think getting an assurance, or at least a what and when type response, because obviously all the work's been done since, well, I suppose 1st of April 2017. We're at 2023, and we're still awaiting a corporate solution. So it's sort of, do we have a timescale on that, and how do we track this piece of work to its completion, if you like, into the new system? Thank you.
Jim, I think that's for you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, this is one where basically waiting for the records management team to migrate our records from the corporate G drive across to the SharePoint site. So it's a fairly straightforward process, but I believe it's just a capacity issue at the moment to allow them to do that. So that's one point. The second point about tracking it, yeah, I mean, we could leave it on the report. My view about taking it off was just for the reason Councillor Thompson states. It's been on for a while. That final milestone's just sort of hanging there waiting for that piece of work to be done, and that was the reasoning behind just sort of tidying it up a bit, because we have done all the rest of the work. But I mean, I'm happy to leave it on if it's for members to keep track of that if that's the view.
I mean, through yourself, Chair, I mean, I think it would be good just to see it through to conclusion and then take it off. But I mean, unless the team that's doing it isn't within E&R, but if they are, then why don't we just leave it on until it's done?
Lorna?
I think it's members' hands with Jim in terms of his reporting, but just to reassure you that the work that the information management team are doing is reported through Communities Committee and the plan for the development and delivery of the information strategy. So there is monitoring of the kind of corporate solution through other means as well. So entirely in your hands.
I'll come back to you, Stephen. But if Jim seems neither up nor down whether it's on or off in real terms, but it was a part of a tidying up exercise, what I hear him saying. So if members feel that, okay, just leave it on for the next 6 months, whatever it may be, then I don't think there's an issue with that either. I wouldn't have any concerns. Either that, if we didn't do that, I would need the assurance that we'd get confirmation in writing that when it did happen, we got a letter to say, even if it was through a form of briefing, but why just not leave it on? No, so I'm content to leave that on. If anybody else has got any other points within the report, but we'll get to that. Let's see if we leave that on or not. So I take it that's 2.3 you're talking about there, Stephen, isn't it? Yep, aye. So we just forget about that if that was the case. Any other members got any other points they want to raise in regards to this particular performance reporting? No, so we agree recommendation 2.1 and I should say review and 2.2. Scrutinise and just leave 2.3. Then that leaves that sitting there until such time. Jim, it's no criticism in any way whatsoever. It's just the fact that we just like to see that completely finished. Oh, sorry, that's what I was looking at, Appendix 3, sorry. So just because Stephen was known there, but Councillor Hagman coming as well, but we'll just address this first on Appendix 3, what we're looking at. Let me see exactly.
It was the same point, Chair, so I don't need to come in, thanks.
Oh, thank you, thanks, Katie.
Yeah, through yourself, Chair, it was just in Appendix 3 on page, I think that's maybe what Claire's pointing out, on page 131, it's just that records management, removal of project, just don't remove that one, just leave it in until completion, just for clarity if that's what you're seeking. Thank you.
Yep, that's what I thought, yep, that says what it was. Okay, thank you. So we're comfortable to move on to item number 15 now, I think. Head of service 6 months. I'll just go straight to our recommendations this time because it outlines what we're looking here to do anyway. So 2.1, we're looking to review the summary of performance for the People and Transformation Business Plan for the period 1st April 22 to 30th of September 22, which includes the performance information on health and safety and the management of the risks within the services risk register as per Appendix 1. 2.2 is to scrutinise the exception. Reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target as per Appendix 2. And 2.3 again is to agree the proposed amendments to the current business plan as per Appendix 3. Right, okay. I suppose maybe Michael, ask yourself, do you got anything to add to this report?
Nothing at the moment, Chair. I'll happy to take the questions.
Thank you. Don't see any hands up virtually. Or Councillor Marshall. Sean?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just in relation to page 162. It's the old chestnut of the annual performance development reviews. I don't know when that period ends, but it says that there has been extra kind of work done up until January 2023, but that's only lifted it up to 53%. So I'm just wondering, I take it it's up till March, but that's still quite if you look at the trend over the last few years, it certainly seems to be on a downward curve. And I'm just wondering as well, when we've kind of done one-to-one regular checkups, etc., why we haven't taken the opportunity to do an APDR at the same time, and then that's them out the way. So I'm just wondering, how we're going to kind of improve in that performance.
Thank you, Sean. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Marshall. One of the things that the recent challenges of the pandemic and COVID have taught us is the necessity to remain in contact with one another, and obviously this links into the annual appraisal and the formatting over the 12 months of the annual appraisal. And what we didn't anticipate was the impact of hybrid working, remote working and flexible working by our staff, all put in there for obvious reasons with regards to managing the health and well-being of our staff through these challenging times. However, what we have put in place to ensure that we still capture and understand the performances are a suite of HR metrics that are continuing to be developed with regards to the performance of the teams across the council, and also to ensure that we capture the voice of employees as we would do through the PDR process, is to deliver the workshops such as the supportive workshop forums that we've recently run and will continue to deliver in the future. So we recognise that we've had to make changes to the way that the council staff work, and predominantly hybrid working, but equally we are also benchmarking and currently looking at future developments around the delivery and reckoning of the annual appraisal, and how we can undertake and capture relevant information on a more timely basis, which will again take us away from the traditional approach to appraisals, but is one that certainly local authorities and organisations in general are looking at how they can equally automate that process as well, so that we, as I say, we capture that timely information for the benefit of promoting the two-way conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Back to you, Sean.
I'm just wondering, does that sound as though there may be alternatives to the annual appraisal? So on that basis, I don't see, do we expect then there to be a drop in the target?
Sean, I just wonder, because I'm looking at what because you pointed out to us quite rightly, I think, at page 162, how we're performing with an explanation in it. It's showing the improvement action. Just because of what you're about to say, I just wonder if is that improvement action appropriate, or do you think something could be added to that?
I've not heard a lot that would suggest that we will, improve the target of up to 95%.
Yep. So maybe for yourself, Mike, I don't know what put words into your mouth, Sean, by any means, but Mike, I wonder if there's anything beyond that improvement target that would alleviate Councillor Marshall's concerns in regards to getting from where we are now up to the target level we desire to get to.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Marshall. My service is currently undertaking a drive across the PDR process and the monitoring of that, and we are currently working with heads of service and their service managers to ensure that the recording of the PDRs, once they're undertaken, is timely and placed within iTrent, etc., at the earliest opportunity. And through that focus and attention, we anticipate that the performance will continue to go in the right direction. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Sean. So, I mean, I'm like-minded to Sean, Councillor Marshall, on this one. I think it's so important to get our personal development reviews as near as we can, 100%, but obviously got a high target, 95% even. But to understand and have a finger on the pulse of the workforce, what they're feeling, how we can better educate, support, let them move on, progress, and so on and so forth. Essential that's part of that information gathering, and I think they feel supported even more so when they go through that process. So it's something I've probably certainly got a watchful eye on it, Mike, but ultimately it's the Corporate Council. Councillor Slater, were you wanting in? Then Johnston?
Yes, looking at that figure here, is it 41%? It's pretty well-known fact if your targets are going behind at the half year, it's highly unlikely you'll actually bring them up to your 95%. That's just an observation. Thank you.
I think it's an accurate observation, and that's the point I suppose Councillor Marshall and I pick it up on as well. It's a very difficult hill to climb, but we have to get there for sure. Councillor Johnston.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going back to the same point as yourself and Councillor Marshall. You know, I'm reading through, you know, page 136, outcome 3 of their achievements as developed and delivered supportive workforce conversation, and it was a comment that Councillor Marshall said at the start. I mean, surely it wouldn't be too difficult to combine that with doing a PDR to record it. And if we're going to another model, then how, again, it's quite straightforward to come up with a metric. You've either done your PDR or you've not. But then how do you come up with a measure for how successful your communication's been? So how can you monitor that? So I think there's still value in having the PDR figure, and I think, to me, it looks almost, maybe I'm just making it sound simple, but it's just a matter of putting it in your diary and doing it.
I suppose, before you come in, Mike, but I mean, historically, the Conservative group have been quite rigid in regards to the undertaking at a political level, trying to show leadership and so on and so forth. We have an annual appraisal system ourselves within our group, and ultimately it does, that information is invaluable, as we know, especially allowing the cream rise to the top, even is as good a way to describe it as any, but letting our staff have the availability, chance, resources, training, so on and so forth, to allow them to come up and meet their aspirations. Makes for a happy, joyful, you could say, workforce, but that's something I would imagine we'll come back to at some point in time, but it's been recognised as a fail at this point in time. We've probably exhausted ourselves on it. I don't think I've got any other members who want to come in this particular report. Apologies for the shifting of the spectacles. Okay, yep. So going to the recommendations, I think if going to the recommendations, sorry, if we've reviewed them, scrutinised them, and agreed that we're comfortable enough in regards to the comments have been taken on board, I'm sure in regard to the last one, but agreed to propose amendments to the current business plan as per Appendix 3. Yep. I'm getting confused. It must be an age thing. So item number 16, the purposes of the report is to provide elected members with the progress and delivery of the 2019-23 business plan for the economy and development service covering the 6-month period 6-month period 1st of April 22 to 31st of September 22, including more detailed information on the health and safety performance. We've been asked to 2.1 review the 6-month summary of performance for the economy and development business plan for the period 1st of April 22 to 30th of September 22, without repeating myself, which includes the performance information on health and safety and the management risks with the service risk register as per Appendix 1. Scrutinise the exception report, and as previously outlined in 2.3, agree the proposed amendments to the business plan as per Appendix 3. So the same role as we've had in the last two reports. Members got any particular points? Well, first, I suppose, Archie, spot on, Archie. You're the first one in.
Sorry, Chair, was that me?
It was Archie. It's you, Councillor Driver.
Okay. Sorry, there was a wee lapse here in the internet connection. Chair, it's just coming to page 210 of the exempt reports on the rollout of universal free school meals and you know, in the resource implications, it says there are no resource implications related to the delay in the implementation of primary 6 and 7 free schools meals with the UFSM expansion. But we know that, you know, there is a delay from the Scottish Government in coming how we're actually going to do that. So there might not be a resource implication, but there is a benefit implication on the children that actually get free school meals. And I'm just wondering if it would be appropriate, Chair, to ask yourself to write to the Scottish Government to find out where we are with this, because I think it's going to be really important for school children in the future to get that opportunity for a free school meal in primary 6 and 7.
Comfortable with that, Councillor Driver? In regard to just writing to them asking, I take what you're asking is, in simple terms, an update in regards to when they'll be implementing their side of the bargain, so to speak, so we can implement ours. Otherwise, children may well go hungry.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, it seems simple enough to be happy to do that, as long as the rest of the... It'll be worded differently from that, obviously. But I would think. Okay. So members, go back to the recommendations. Have we scrutinised? Have we... Archie's the only person I can see coming in, looking at this one.
Katie.
Oh, Katie, sorry, Katie. Councillor Hagman.
No, it's fine. It's fine, Chair. I'm not sure if you want us to speak or put hands up. I think you can see hands, but you can't see the speaks. So maybe clarify that next time. In terms of the Appendix 3, which we're obviously being asked to agree, there's the comment there about the vacant and derelict land and property strategy, which I know officers have worked really hard on, and we actually brought that to committee. It's been approved, it's gone through the process. It's not yet been published as far as I'm aware. Do we have a timescale of when that's going to go live on our website? Thank you.
I'll need to look into that. Chair, I wasn't aware that it hadn't been published. I'm certainly aware that it was agreed and approved.
We've got Jamie Little maybe can add to that, Steve, I think. Jamie?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to say that we're currently working with colleagues responsible for the graphics of the strategy, and we will be getting that published imminently. We're also developing a full suite of web page and information to go alongside the strategy. So there's been a lot of work going on in the background, and we hope to have that published over the coming weeks. What I'll do is make sure that I'll let members know as soon as that goes live. But it is in train, and we will have that up on the website as soon as possible.
Thank you, Katie. You okay with that?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Thank you, Jamie. I know you've been contacted me as chair prior to Christmas, and I was a little bit tardy with my couple of weeks response back to you, but I just wanted to check that it was all in train. So no, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. It's just in relation to page 203, which is the average time to deal with local plan applications during the year. It's positive to see the improvement in that, and obviously we're all aware of the problems that we've had with recruitment, etc. And we have the the development review and the 17 recommendations from that. I know that probably because we're getting into a healthier position with maybe recruitment and using other resources to try and get through these plan applications. My question is as well, whilst it's going in an upward trend, I've still got concerns about, and it was really just to clarify, part of it will be down to some of the improvements we've implemented. But for example, there's an issue in a larger are there larger applications being put on the shelf to deal with the low-hanging fruit of the kind of quite easy, straightforward applications? Because there's one in Annandale South. It's part of a master plan. It's a phase. It was submitted in December 2021, and it still hasn't been determined. I've separately emailed to ask why there is a delay, and I've not had a response yet. But I'm seeing an upward trend, but at the same time, I know that people are experiencing, a year and a half delay is not acceptable. So I'm just wondering, are we actually picking the easier ones to kind of clear and improve the turnaround rate of dealing with applications as part of what we're doing at the moment, and kind of maybe ignoring some of the larger applications?
So thanks for that, Sean, and it's something I'm looking to take up myself after this meeting, but in real terms, an 8-week determination time, still no settled at 15 months. I think it's a reasonable argument to put forward in regards to what's happening, Steve, but in regards to the actions, Sean's probably put his points, but that particular case I think's extensive.
Chair, and certainly happy to take any specifics offline, but in general terms, whilst there has been a marginal improvement in the performance of local applications, it's still nowhere near where we would want it to be. Let's be clear about that. And it won't be until all of the 17 recommendations contained in that improvement plan are fully in place and have had time to come to fruition. And it's the intention, Chair, to bring an update report on that to the June meeting of this committee for members' fuller information.
Wheel it back to you, Sean.
Yeah, just that. I mean, I know we're heading in the right direction, but as I said, still concerned that some applications are having to wait nearly a year and a half to be determined.
I think that's probably got to be high up the agenda of the current administration in order to try and get that, I suppose, that timeline, that processing in particular, is ultimately, that's what it is, isn't it? Really a processing speed issue. But ultimately, the effect it has in the local economy is unthinkable in real terms, I think. So, anyways, don't see any other member. Oh, Councillor Thompson's coming in. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. It was just on page 211, the carbon route map plan. Carbon route map plan even, and I'm just conscious a lot of members might have been undertaking the carbon literacy training over the recent months, so obviously this is relevant because it's not a red one, it's an amber one, but I'm just conscious that the improvement action is to secure a local tender for the next 3 years, which presumably, given that it'll take a few months to put in place, will take us safely into 2026. If they're doing a 3-year contract. So I'm just wondering if the due date ought to be updated to reflect 2026 as opposed to March 2025 in Appendix 3, where we're looking at reviewing the due dates being changed for a couple of other things as well. So I'm just wondering if that's maybe just could be captured just to reflect that for accuracy. Thank you.
Steve?
Yeah, Chair, certainly we'll review that, and in the context of the new council plan and the new council delivery plan, we'll be introducing more specific measures to break this particular measure down a lot more for members' information. Thanks.
Thank you, members. So, looking at the recommendations, we're happy to review, scrutinise. It's a slight amendment, I think, isn't it? If I picked that up right. All right, no, I agree to propose amendments to the current business plan. There's a 2.4, I think I've noted there. I was requested to Councillor Driver at the beginning to write a letter, which I'm content to do that, in particular in regards to, I think it's page 132 or something like that. Anyways, the Scottish Government just urging them to take up their side of the bargain so primary 6 and 7 school kids can get their universal free school meals. Okay, I've agreed that. Item number 17 is any other business, from what I can see, which were a late report. Members, I've got to put it to you, because at the time of the day, and that's the problem, the snow is just starting to reach here now, would as an option come back to, unless members want to stop for 5 minutes to have a look at this report, we received it electronically certainly, but there's a number of actions in there contained within the recommendations, so just we'll see, what item will it be actually? I've got that, so it's 16, 17, 18 I think it is. 17 is any other common business that comes into that? Aye.
17
So item number 17, apologies. So this report seeks approval for appointments to roles and outside bodies by the Economy and Resources Committee in accordance with the Council's scheme for representation on outside bodies. Following the meeting of the full Council 7th of March, a couple of weeks ago, 23 members were asked to consider vacant positions and, if required, agree any changes to appointments. This report is presented as a late report due to decisions taken at that special full council meeting 7th of March, which was after the agenda and papers for this meeting were published. So there's a number of outside bodies that some people have come away from, some people have stayed on, and so on and so forth. Would it be an option if the chair and the vice chair liaised with the group leaders? And if we can come to an agreement on a slate, for a better way of putting it, but actually the outside membership either stays the same, it changes. There's some there's no option. Has to be the chair or the vice chair of this committee. But I would imagine what we're looking to try and come to is a similar representation to what the previous administration had in regards to filling these seats. Either that, we can stop now, take an adjournment for 15-20 minutes, come back and go through each one individually. Or is the committee comfortable enough to support the proposal that I've just made in regards to leaving it to our vice chair, myself, along with the Councillor Thompson, the Councillor Driver, and I think Brodie. I think it is just, and somebody else. Is it? Are you leader? Are your group? Ian Howard, Councillor Howard. I'm not up to speed with that. Sorry. That's right, okay. So if that's okay, so it would be the six of us sitting, getting a draft slate out, getting it and come to agreement. If for some reason we can't come to agreement, that is, we'd have to come back and do it through a formal process at the next committee, but I'm sure we'll be able to appease each other. But Councillor Thompson, you want to come in first?
Yeah, I was just obviously acknowledging the lateness of the paper and appreciating the reasons why, but given that, like you say, we could be going through this line by line and often there's a difficulty in securing a volunteer, then it might be prudent just to do as you suggested. And if that's appropriate, then we can agree either between this committee and the next one where the areas of interest are, or have it ratified at the next committee. Just happy to support something like that. I think it's practical. Thank you.
Excellent, thanks for that. So I'll come to Councillor Howie and then see what your thoughts are, Councillor Dryborough, and if we're in agreement, then we'll finish up business. Ian? In agreement that was without the speaker. That's fine. Archie, have you got any? Are you comfortable enough with that, or do you want to use a process now?
Sure. I think I'm comfortable with that, Chair. I'm sure we can all have discussions on what we want to be on and elected members, as long as we've got the volunteers to cover it.
Yep, excellent. I don't think we've got a shortage of that. It's just we're hopefully trying to be inclusive as best we can. Is what we're thinking in order to move business on. So that's agreed. So ultimately, we'll hope for that at the very latest by the end of next week, even if it's via Teams. If we can talk, we'll present a slate to yourselves. We'll have a meeting through Teams or at the next Monday morning meeting. If we come to agreement, then we'll put that to Lorna, who will put it through governance, and that's that decision agreed. Ultimately, Stephen's, Councillor Thompson's asking, we'll have that reported back to the next meeting in June. No further business.
Chair.
Thanks very much, members.
Chair.
Sean, is it?
Chair, there's hands up online that you've... Yeah,
sorry, Katie. Sorry, I never. It's the spectacles, Katie. I'm not avoiding it. They're on and off, and I can't.
No, you're fine. You're fine. When I was in your position, I was always relying on Claire to keep me right as well next to me. So no, that's fine. It was just to really note for the paper. I'm quite happy with the process and everything that's been discussed. But just in terms of the paper, there's actually an inaccuracy. I'm not actually attached to the Economic Leadership Group. I emailed the lead officer on the 4th of March offering my resignation to that. So it's just to correct the paper because that's factually incorrect in the paper there. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for that. So that was a principal decision by your group, is my understanding, which is fair enough. Councillor Marshall? Yep.
Yeah, it was just to say I'm happy with the proposal, although the Labour group met this morning and with the late paper and we've actually penciled some in. But if you prefer to not discuss that today, then we're happy to kind of provide the revised members, etc., through the way that you suggested.
Thanks for that, Sean. So if either yourself or Archie could provide me with that information, and we see if we can accommodate that and come back to you with a slate, like say formally sometime, probably next week, early part. Thank you. No further business this time. Don't think there's anybody else. Thanks everybody for their attendance, and we'll see you at the next meeting. Thank you.